A father sets up a camera to save his fading daughter. And after barely a glance at the tape, Jane decided at an early age that girls were either beautiful or smart. The girl knew full well she could choose. And she chose to be smart. In front of her eyes was the example of her older sister Ellen. Everyone around admired her beauty. I mean, come on, light blonde hair, silky green, mermaid eyes. A figure they call such a model. Helene, from an early age, was focused only on her appearance. She read a lot, but it was fashion magazines with advice on makeup, diets, and so on. And Kate's girlfriends were exactly the same. Jane thought they were pretty, frivolous fools. A mother raising 2 daughters alone had high hopes for her eldest. "When you marry well, Ellen, we'll have a good life," she used to say. Jane was still a very young girl, studying in the 4th or 5th grade. The girl was frankly perplexed. How could one put the responsibility for her happiness and well-being on some other person? Did her mother, who had been burned herself, not draw the right conclusions? Once Jane asked her mother directly, "You married your father for his money too, and he left us, went to a younger and prettier, and left nothing for you or the children, because she had a good appetite. And now you're telling Ellen to do the same thing, so she'll do the same. Blaspheme on your tongue." Mum shook her hands. "Helene is different. Firstly, she's young, and secondly, she's much prettier than me. And anyway, she has me. I'm the one who had to figure it out. And I'll help her, and I'll teach her everything. You'll be fine, and so will you, if you listen to me." Jane just sighed heavily. Her mother was beautiful and kind, but she was too easygoing. Both her mother and Ellen lived with rose-colored glasses on their eyes. Everyone dreamed of a beautiful life, believed that looks were the determining factor in a woman's success. But it wasn't so for everyone. Jane differed from her peers' warehouse of character, has always been pragmatic, responsible, far-sighted. And she clearly understood that, in order to achieve something in this life, you need to work hard. And the options that have in mind mother and older sister, rich men, benefactors, it's all unreliable, fragile, illusory. Ellen jokingly called her little sister a bore. Her mother was always trying to remake Jane, to impose her point of view on her daughter. The most interesting thing is that the parent sincerely believed that she wished her child well. She said, "I'm worried about your future. How can you not understand? You are a beauty. We got such a one. You got the best from me and your father. When you finish school, we'll find you a wealthy fiancé. Don't be such a bore. Men like cheerful, smiling women." "No, thank you," Jane replied. "After school, I'm going to study economics." "But do you know what the competition is?" Ellen would always argue at this point. "You either have to be 7 inches in the head, or you have to have a good deal of goodwill." "Yes," Mum sighed. "We can't afford commercial education. And you can't get in for free." But Jane, trying not to listen to the arguments of her sister and mother, strived for her goal. Day and night she sat over textbooks, looked for additional courses on the internet, mostly free, because her mother, who worked as a cashier in the local supermarket, had no money for her daughter's education, and her father almost did not participate in the children's lives. He had a new family. No, he still transferred some pennies of alimony, but everything was limited to that. No communication, no support or help in difficult situations. Jane knew from childhood that she could not count on him. The girl in her heart wanted at least once to meet and talk to her second parent. It seemed to her that, perhaps, the character she went just in it, because the mother in Helen Jane did not resemble at all. But he did not seek to meet his daughters. And Jane didn't want to impose. And it was scary to face indifference, or even worse, dislike of a native man. Dad was a businessman, owned a chain of shops, so sort of made good money. But all his property was prudently written down on the new wife, so that the ex-wife and children did not claim anything. It looked ugly, petty, even mean. In theory, Jane should have been as resentful of her father as her mother was, as Ellen was. But Jane had a dream to study to be an economist, to start her own business, and one day to meet her father on some business, a joint project, a profitable contract, something like that. Let him see what his daughter had achieved on her own, without his help. And then maybe they could talk as equals. And Jane achieved her goal. She got into the budget, to the same economics faculty, where she was so eager to go. How happy she was when she saw herself on the list of enrolled. She was screaming right in front of the computer monitor, jumping from happiness to the ceiling. "You're crazy," Ellen said as she looked into the room with little Andrew in her arms. She had recently become a mother and had a son with a rich man. He paid child support, but he was reluctant to communicate with his mother and Andrew himself. Needless to say, these alimony were pennies a standard scheme. Gray earnings, most of the income is hidden. Ellen still repeated the fate of her mother, even in an even worse version. But she was not going to give up and continued to dream of a prince who will definitely sooner or later solve all her financial problems. Her mother supported her eldest daughter in everything, adored her grandson. It was not surprising. Jane was also happy to take care of the baby when she had time. But the girl did not understand how it was possible not to draw conclusions from what had happened. Was it not clear? The plan is not very good and often fails. It was time to choose another option. But no, Ellen was still looking for rich men on dating sites. Jane explained her strange behavior to her sister. "Wow. Cool. So what, you're leaving us for the big city now? You're going to go to school?" Jane and her family actually lived in a city too, but a very small one, far from the regional center. So gray 3-story houses, whole streets of old wooden barracks, a huge private sector. Not a village by documents, of course, but in fact it is a village. That's why Orchardville, the regional capital, where Jane's university was located, was called just town. Her mother, too, was happy to hear of her youngest daughter's admission. She had never hoped for such a thing. As it turned out, she thought. Let her dream, show off, and when she realizes that nothing has worked out, she will follow in her mother's footsteps to the supermarket for the cash register. But also will think, finally, over the words of more experienced relatives realize, it is necessary to look for a rich and reliable man. And here's how it all turned out. Jane got in. "Well done," the daughter hugged the younger mother. "I'll help you in any way I can. I'm sorry, I won't be able to send much money, but at least a little for housing and living expenses. Again, you need to dress nicely. There's a better chance of meeting a decent man in a big city." "Mum, there you go again," Jane smiled. She was touched by the fact that her mother supported and understood her, and even offered to help her. Jane knew it wasn't easy for her mother to get the money, but she was willing to help her daughter while she was a student. And that's priceless. Jane had a new life. She was given a room in the student dormitory, though not a separate one. The room had to be shared with 2 girls. But the roommates turned out to be very pleasant. Both studied at the Pedagogical Institute. Both, just like Jane herself, were focused on study and work. In general, the girls had a lot in common. With one of these neighbors, Kate, Jane even became friends. They stayed in touch even after they finished their studies and moved out to rented flats. Jane liked her studies. She was convinced in her first year that she had chosen the right direction. She found economics easy, lectures seemed interesting, and term papers and tests were incredibly easy. Jane even began to earn money. It turned out that people were willing to pay a lot of money by her standards, of course, for essays and projects. The girl had to work part-time and study a lot. She had no time at all for student parties, going to clubs and similar entertainments. And sometimes, of course, Jane wanted to go for a walk, to unwind. But she realized that every minute counted. Her time was too precious. Besides, there was no money. Her mother tried to top up her daughter's card with a small amount every month. Jane knew that it was a significant part of her mother's salary, and she was very grateful to her. It was not enough, very little. Still, it was the help from her mom that kept Jane afloat. Especially after the 3rd year, when suddenly something in the university clinic changed, and students were obliged to pay for the dormitory. And before it was possible to live in it for free. Jane saved money on literally everything. But she couldn't keep up. She knew that she was going to her goal, which means that sooner or later everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be as she dreamed. But on New Year's Eve, an event happened that made Jane reconsider her plans and turned her whole life upside down. It happened at that hectic time when before the New Year students try to pass all credits in time to start the winter session after the holiday without debts. Jane was just getting ready for a credit in economic history when she received a phone call from her sister. Helen's picture popped up on the screen. On it, the girl was smiling broadly and looked like a star. Jane knew at once that something was wrong. Ellen would not call her at the third hour of the night. It was Jane who was awake, preparing for exams. And her sister herself at that time should be having her seventh dream. Mom's in trouble. Ellen's voice rang through the receiver. It seemed she was close to hysterics. Come over. What's wrong? Jane felt her limbs grow cold and her stomach felt empty for some reason. Anxiety gripped her heart with an icy hand. Was she alive? But it was impossible to get a coherent answer from Ellen. She was already sobbing and sobbing into the receiver, dropping only a few insignificant phrases. Mostly they were wails about how she was afraid and badly off, as if the trouble had happened in the evening, but Ellen was informed only now, just a couple of minutes ago, and she immediately dialed her sister. Of course, at that moment there was no question of any credits and exams. Jane took the first flight home in the morning. She was almost the only passenger at the bus station at such an early hour. Jane found her sister in a terrible state, her hair disheveled, her face swollen with tears. In her arms she held her youngest daughter, Lillian, a baby girl. Ellen was already a mother of many children. Her eldest son, Andrew, then two girls, yearlings Chris and Lillian. None of the fathers were involved in the upbringing of the children. The princes, sons of wealthy parents, refused to raise offspring and basked in money. With Helene, they were just having fun, with nothing serious in mind. And she kept stepping on the same rake, getting pregnant on purpose in the hope of finding a happy, strong family. If something happens to me, how will I cope with them alone? Ellen looked at Jane with confused eyes, as if expecting her to offer a way out. But Jane was ready to hit her sister at that moment. She didn't know what was wrong with her mother, and she was only thinking about herself. How did it happen? She asked. They had a corporate party, Ellen said, rocking her daughter. They must have been drinking. They told me Mum was crossing the road in the wrong place. Jumped out in front of that bus. The driver couldn't do anything. He's in shock himself. He's kind of in hospital now, too. He had a heart attack right there on the spot while it was being sorted out. While they were sorting it out. I got a call late last night, and I called you straight away. So Mum's alive? Jane clarified. That was the most important thing to her. What hospital is she in? A hospital not far away. Jane jumped out of the house, hailed a taxi. She had to get there as soon as possible. She had to find out what was wrong with her loved one. At the hospital, Jane got the terrible news. Mum's gone. She'd only recently passed away. As Jane rushed to the clinic, it all happened in the ICU. The doctor then said that there was no chance of a good outcome. The injuries were too serious. And Jane would not have been able to say goodbye to her mother anyway. She was in a coma. And still the girl blamed herself for her carelessness, for not supporting her mother by the hand while she was still alive. Jane was signing some papers when she received a phone call from a sobbing Ellen. She had been informed by someone on the nursing staff, and now the older sister was in a state of near panic. It had been a difficult time. Arranging the funeral, trying to bring the sister who had to look after her babies no matter what, and the gradual realization of the terrible fact that the nearest and dearest person in the world was now gone. Just no, that's all. The father did not turn up at the funeral, although he could not have been unaware of what had happened. This man did not even call his daughters, did not try to understand whether they need his help. Probably thought they were adults. They were both over 18. So legally, the father was no longer their debtor. He paid child support until his daughters came of age, and there was nothing more to expect. It was then that Jane realized that she would not meet or communicate with this man, even when she reached the top of her career. He didn't need her and Ellen and Mum. Neither did they need him. There was no resentment. No, it's just that Jane suddenly realized her father was a complete stranger to her. They may look alike in some ways, but Dad is a stranger. He's just a stranger, and that says it all. Ellen, on the other hand, is her own person. She needs support. Ellen sobbed nonstop for days. Jane didn't stop her. Let her cry it out. It would make her feel better. While her sister dealt with her grief, Jane helped her with her nieces. The little ones made her smile even in such a dreadful situation. It was impossible to look indifferently at their funny games, to listen to their cute babbling. The nieces, like nothing else, showed Jane that life goes on. Jane could not stay with her sister for long. The winter session. Ellen had already recovered a little and even started monitoring dating sites again. Now she wanted a supportive adult around her even more. Her mum was gone. Jane's session, in spite of everything, passed with honors. That meant an increased scholarship, but the money wouldn't even be enough to rent a room for a month. The dormitory became paid because you still had to eat, dress, pay for travel. Jane tried to combine her studies and work in the cafeteria. It turned out to be impossible. Immediately, a lot of passes and debts were accumulated. As a result, the girl did not even get admission to the next session. Expulsion loomed ahead. Teachers took into account the previous merits of the girl and went to her satisfaction. But she still failed. The only way out was to transfer to the correspondence department. Only here's the catch: the budget places were all taken. The commercial option cost a fabulous amount of money for Jane. The rector suggested a way out. One day he called Jane to his office and offered her the only, in his opinion, suitable option. "I know your situation. You wouldn't wish it on your enemy," began the conversation with a man who always reminded Jane of Carlson as good-natured, full, and short. "Student, you are diligent and promising. I want to help such a person. That's why I'll close the session for you. No matter what. Let us draw red lines. And you take a year's leave of absence. I'll help you get a job for family reasons. Get the money for your studies. You can do it. You're a man of determination. And when you come back, I'll help you with all the details. How's that?" Jane thought about it. She didn't want to interrupt her studies. On the other hand, what other options did she have? The session is not passed, that's for sure. So she'd have to drop out. And where to go? Go home to her parents' flat? Her mother's new boyfriend is already living there. A young and kind of nice guy named George. Unlike the previous aluminum suitors, he's not a rich major. The guy works on a construction site, working from dawn to dusk, earning money. Seems to like Ellen a lot, and he's taken in her kids. Maybe they'll actually make a family. Jane's not really needed there right now. And she doesn't want to live with her sister. No, Jane loves her very much. She's the only person in the whole world who's family. But still, Jane's used to peace, solitude, freedom. And there's a family of many children. You can't do that there. And after all, I don't want to leave Chicago. It's a big city. It's beautiful, spacious, interesting. There are more prospects for work and study here. The urban settlement, where Jane's childhood was spent, was associated with rage and hopeless longing. No, she didn't want to go back there at all. "You know, I think I'll take you up on your offer." Jane smiled at the rector. "What a clever girl," asked the man. "You're good. Everything will work out for you. Just don't forget to save for your studies. Be sure to come back to the university in a year. We'll be waiting for you." Deal? It's a deal. Thank you so much for the offer. That same night, Jane started looking for a job. She urgently needed money just to survive, to buy food, to pay for a roof over her head, the most effective motivation. It turned out that it was simply unrealistic for a girl with an incomplete university degree to find anything close to the desired profession. Jane was rejected everywhere. Employers did not even consider candidates without a diploma. The girl realized that she could show herself at the interview, but it did not even come to that. After a couple of days of fruitless searches, Jane realized that it was time to give up her dream of working as an economist, or rather to postpone it until better times. In the meantime, she had to find something. When the bar was lowered a bit, things got better. There were plenty of jobs for Jane: waitress, cleaner, saleswoman, but the wages were meager. No, it was enough to live on, especially if you saved money. But Jane had to save up for a year's study. With those salaries, it was impossible. Still, Jane needed a job badly. Immediately, she chose the path of a waitress in a bar in the city center. There were plenty of reasons for the job. Firstly, there was extra pay for night shifts. Secondly, tips were very helpful, sometimes even very generous. And thirdly, the last job gave Jane the opportunity to write term papers and tests to order. And an extra penny in the piggy bank, and brains are not idle. That's the upside. Jane even liked working in the bar. The team is friendly, the bosses are loyal. The crowd was decent. It was a rock bar whose owners cared about their reputation. The atmosphere was monitored. Undesirable elements were expelled with guards and not allowed back in. and another and another. Local band musicians, performers, and visiting guests gathered here every night. In short, live music, and it was beautiful. Jane enjoyed listening to the musicians perform, singing along, dancing. This was welcome in the bar. To work as on holiday, in the bar Jane finally understood the meaning of this common phrase. Of course, with a waitress's salary, there was not much money. Jane was looking for another job in parallel, a higher paying one. But the girl knew, even when she had to quit, she would come here to visit, just to be in this amazingly warm atmosphere. The rock bar and new friends helped Jane through her grief. Of course, the longing for her mother did not go anywhere, but the girl was finally able to return to life and believe that there are still a lot of good things ahead. It was in the rock bar that Jane met Jasper. One day the host introduced the guests to a new rock band which appeared just a couple of months ago. Jasper was the bass player. But not only that, it was he who owned the idea to create this band. He was the one who wrote the songs and the music. Modest, always kept in the shadows, but constantly observing the behavior of the band members, the reaction of the audience. Jasper was the main man in the team. Although on stage most of the attention was drawn to the lead singer, it was felt. It was noticeable from the first glance. For some reason, Jane immediately singled him out and reached for him. She didn't recognize herself. Jane realized that she was not in a position to fall in love and have affairs. She was focused on her career, on her studies, on getting back on track at university. She couldn't be distracted by that. And yet, Jasper didn't flirt with the waitresses, didn't talk to anyone first. He was serious, focused on his work. Maybe that's what attracted the girl. Jasper was a lot like herself. Jasper began to appear in the bar often, sometimes with a group to work with, sometimes just in the company of mates to relax. Of course, they soon got to know each other, but he still acted aloof, not overtly sympathetic. Sometimes, though, Jane caught his eye. But Jasper turned away immediately, talking to someone else. And Jane wanted him to pay attention to her, to compliment her, to show her signs of attention, as visitors often did. And then Jane would let him know that she was interested in him. Once there was a girl in Jasper's company. Representatives of the fair half of humanity had come with him before, but they were just friends, girlfriends of other members of the group. And this one was clearly something between them. They didn't kiss or hug, nothing like that. But sometimes they exchanged tender glances and smiled very warmly at each other. Once she put her head right on his shoulder, and Jasper, usually cold and even stern, stroked her hair in a natural and very gentle gesture, as if she were a kitten. A very unpleasant feeling came into Jane's breast from behind the gate. She recognized it immediately, of course. It was jealousy. With surprising meticulousness, Jane began to pick out her rival's faults. Too thin, not even pretty. That nose, long, liquid hair. Anyway, how can this madam compare to her, Jane? For the first time in her life, Jane seemed to feel smug about her appearance. Nature had endowed her, like Helene, with beauty. Jane had heard many compliments from others about her figure. Tall, slender, long-legged. Her friends generally advised her to try her hand at modeling. Only this job was not to Jane's liking at all. Well, she did not know how to show herself, even considered it humiliating. And now, despite such impressive external data, the rival became such a gray mouse. In general, there was nothing outstanding in Jasper's companion, not even something to catch his eye. Nevertheless, he clearly had very tender feelings for her. The presence of this girl made him happy. Jane watched Jasper closely and could tell this for sure he loved his companion. It was painful. Thanks to the girl that Jasper was so attracted to, Jane had made up her mind, decided to do something she'd never considered unacceptable before. Her shift was coming to an end, but as usual she stayed late to help a waitress friend serve tables on a Saturday night. There were a lot of customers, and Jane waited for an opportune moment. She'd even had a few drinks beforehand for courage, to make her feel more confident and relaxed. Jasper stood up and headed for the exit. Someone had called him. The music was blaring in the bar, impossible to talk on the phone in this environment. Everyone was either outside on the porch of the bar or in the smoking room. Jasper chose the street. Jane followed him like a shadow now or never. The obnoxious girl who had been sitting next to Jasper all evening remained at the table. She chatted cheerfully with his mates. It was obvious that they had all known each other for a long time. They must be in a long and serious relationship. Still, Jane would try, or she'd regret later that she'd never even tried. Jasper stepped out onto the porch. He paced the area in front of the bar, patiently explaining something to someone. Jane watched him through the large window. Jasper wasn't smiling, wasn't joking. Apparently the conversation was serious or unpleasant. It didn't matter. Jane would still approach him as soon as. Jasper pressed the reset button and was about to go back to the bar, but at that moment Jane came out to meet him. Luckily, they were alone on the porch at that moment. "Hi," Jane smiled at him. Jane smiled at him. Jasper looked at her with interest. "We said hello," Jane nodded. "I need to talk to you." Jasper immediately tuned into the conversation. He showed that he was ready to listen. He could have dismissed her, or shown irritation or displeasure. But Jasper looked at her with his dark, intelligent eyes and waited. "I like you, and I've liked you for a long time," Jane decided to cut to the chase. "I'm magnetically attracted to you. It's never happened to me before. I don't know what to do about it." Jane lowered her eyes. There, she'd said it. What's next? Jasper was probably looking for words to reject her as politely as possible. He probably was. Jane suddenly felt unbearably ashamed of what she'd done. Why had she gone to him? How could she look him in the eye after all this? Jasper often came to the bar. And then Jane felt his hands on her shoulders. A gentle touch, as if she were some incredibly fragile vessel. Jane, her name came out of Jasper's lips and sounded like beautiful music to the girl. Jane, I couldn't even imagine such a thing. Jasper looked at her and smiled. He so rarely smiled after all. His eyes, the girl could see it clearly, shone with happiness. Sincere, real happiness. What's going on? Was he happy to hear her confession? Instead of words, Jasper kissed Jane. It made the girl dizzy. He had his arms around her. He held her, or rather even held her, because her legs were literally shaking from the kiss. Then he stroked her back and head and held her gently against him. "I've been watching you for a long time, too, and I'm drawn to you in the same way." "Then why?" Jane didn't understand. "I didn't even notice it once. I thought you didn't care." "I didn't mean to embarrass you," Jasper said. "You shouldn't. Anyway, I'm older. Older for you. I thought you were attracted to other guys, brutal, successful. With your looks, anything's possible. You're beautiful. You're unreal. You even inspired my song." "Didn't realize I'm an Olympic princess? Is that about me?" Jane asked. "No," she admitted. "It's a very beautiful song. I love it. I didn't realize it came from you." "Oh yeah. It's just, what about that girl who came with you? Are you two together?" "Together," Jasper grinned. "Ever since my parents brought me a pink bow tied to a box from the maternity ward and told me Lassie was my sister." "So she's your sister?" Jane laughed. "I thought she was. That's why I decided to have this conversation today." "Sister and sister," Jasper said, pulling Jane tighter against him and breathing in the scent of her hair. "Passing through town. She's been married a long time, lives with her husband. Far away. She missed her wayward brother." Jane and Jasper started seeing each other. Turns out he'd been hitting on the pretty waitress all this time. Why didn't he make any moves on her? I was going to. But later, when he's a little more cash flush. He had a clear message: a girl shouldn't be a loser. So far, there was too much to do with the band, organizing gigs and so on. But the guys were already starting to earn money from their songs. The prospects were looking good. And strange as it may seem for a rock musician, Jasper was shy with girls. No, he had a lot of friends with whom he could chat and laugh together. But Jane evoked a very special feeling in him. And that made Jasper, who was used to performing in front of hundreds of people, timid. But Jane made the first step, shattering all of Jasper's doubts. And now they were together. Jasper suggested they move in together. They decided on Jane's flat. Convenient location, reasonable price, cozy room. So it was Jasper who moved in with her. But he immediately took upon himself to pay the rent and minor repairs, which every dwelling needs from time to time. And it also turned out that Jasper is an excellent cook. Jane's culinary talents paled in comparison to his skills. Jasper, as befits a creative man, created real masterpieces, whether in the recording studio or in the kitchen. He was gentle, sensitive, and attentive, fully immersed in his work, but not forgetting about his beloved. They talked a lot, often went for walks. Sometimes together they discussed the next song, spinning in Jasper's head and ready to be born. Sometimes Jane would suggest to her lover the right phrase or words. He happily grasped the idea, and then the girl felt proud of herself. How about it? She took part in the creation of a hit. Jane completely dissolved in her feelings and new sensations. Before meeting Jasper, she didn't know what it was love for a man. She hadn't had time for that before. First studying hard, then trying to survive. It turned out to be so pleasant to be near a man who embraces you, interested in your mood and well-being, looking at you with admiring eyes, as at some princess, and to melt from the touch of his warm, strong hands. Knowing that he, this tall man with black eyes, would do anything for you. Ellen didn't approve of her sister's choice. As always, you have your own measure of everything. He's poor, he doesn't even have his own flat. Again, no steady job, no business. He's a musician, he's got his own rock band. So what? Who needs them anyway? There's a lot of these one-day bands, you never know if they're going to be successful. I think you got the wrong guy. With your looks. You shouldn't say that. I have 3 children. Who needs me? So I'm content with what fate gives me, I don't complain. But you. Jane didn't expect her sister to understand, though. They were always too different. But Jane didn't need understanding. She was happy, she was loved. She had someone close and dear to her. Yes, he was going through a difficult time. But Jasper tried, went to his goal, worked hard, looked for the right contacts, planned something. Jane supported him in all his endeavors, and he appreciated her devotion. Many times he said that he was grateful to fate for such a gift for her. One day Jasper made a rather risky venture, invited a famous rock band to Chicago. It was planned that his band would perform as a warm-up act for the famous musicians. This event was to increase the popularity of Jasper's band. Well, and in general, the organization of such concerts is a way to make good money. But something went wrong. Not as many people came to the concert as planned. There was a big rock festival in a neighboring state. Jasper didn't take that into account. Or rather, he found out about the festival too late, when everything was already in full swing. In general, Jasper went into a big disadvantage: payment of musicians' fees, hall rent and equipment, tickets for the rock band, promotional activities. All this was paid off only half of the money from ticket sales. The concert itself went great, but Jasper had huge debts that needed to be closed as soon as possible. But with what? It was hard for Jane to look at her lover. During this period, he looked confused, anxious. I wanted to help him in some way. How? Where did Jane get the money? Jasper took out a loan, but it was a drop in the ocean. His friends helped him, the situation improved, but the debt was still quite substantial. And then Jane offered to help. She had savings, money she'd put aside for her studies. Not much, of course, but still. In addition, the girl did what she was against for a long time, took out a consumer loan. These funds were quite enough to cover the debt. From where? Jasper was surprised when Jane handed him several wads of brand new, crisp notes. I just got paid back out of the blue, plus the insurance. Finally paid off my mobile phone bill, she lied. She knew if she told Jasper the truth, he'd never take the money from her. As it was, it wasn't like it was the last, randomly coming in. Thank you, Jasper hugged Jane tightly. I'll pay you back. You'll see, we'll be famous soon, and I'll pay it all back. Jasper paid the debt and continued to develop the group. Jane slowly paid off the loan. It was no longer possible to save for her studies, and her salary had suddenly become much smaller. The bar had fallen on hard times. It was good that Jasper bought groceries and paid the rent of the flat. That is, he took the main part of the expenses on himself. Jasper's income came from a few corporate gigs and the occasional part-time job. Unsteady income, but still the stream never dried up. Jane didn't worry about the financial side of their relationship. She enjoyed Jasper's attention, bathed in his love and care, and generously gave him tenderness, love and support. Jane tried not to think about the future. But if she did not recover at the university this year, she would do it next year. It would be all right. She still had time. The main thing is that he, Jasper, is there for her. Jane hadn't realized she was capable of such feelings before. And then Jasper disappeared. No, he hadn't run away from Jane. Nothing terrible had happened to him. It started out as a business trip. Can you imagine Jasper grabbed Jane's shoulder and even shook her a little? His eyes burned like two bright spotlights. I was invited to New York to write music for a band. They found me on the internet, they liked me, and now they're inviting me. Jane couldn't believe her ears. She knew the band Jasper was talking about. They were very popular musicians, touring all over the world, and they had noticed Jasper. They're offering him a collaboration. Unbelievable. I'm going to have to go away for a while, Jasper continued. Do you realize what that means? Jane nodded. She understood money, fame, dizzying opportunities for Jasper's growth and development as a musician, useful acquaintances and connections. Jasper would get things he'd never dreamed of. But it looks like they'll have to part ways indefinitely. After all, Jasper clearly said I have to leave, not we. The packing began. Jasper had a lot of things to sort out. Firstly, he had to find a replacement someone had to play in his band for him temporarily while he was away. Secondly, Jasper had to organize his passport and visa. Thirdly, collecting the necessary things. In all the hustle and bustle, he seemed to have forgotten all about Jane. Jasper was too absorbed in the upcoming changes and prospects. The girl looked at him and realized that he would forget about her in another country, muffled by new impressions, excited by work and success. Perhaps Jasper would even find someone there. But Jasper had hugged her so tenderly in the evenings, so sincerely assured her that he would miss her. And time would fly by quickly. And then there's the video link. We'll be in touch with each other all the time. At least I'll finally earn a decent living, pay you back what I owe you. I know how much you need that money. Maybe we can even buy a flat. My band will get bigger. I'll gain invaluable experience. I'll know what to do and how to do it. It's going to be okay, Jasper said sincerely. Jane could see that he wasn't lying, wasn't deceiving. But something told her that everything would change as soon as her beloved was abroad. It was just that Jasper himself did not realize it yet. And that's how it turned out in the end. At first, Jasper called every day, as promised, and told her how he had settled down in his new place. Everything delighted him, and he was overwhelmed by the experience. And then he suddenly dropped off the radar. He just disappeared. He didn't call himself, and he didn't answer Jane's calls. The long ring-back tones ended steadily with the message that the caller was probably busy, so he couldn't answer. Jane was alarmed at first. She thought that something had happened to him, something terrible, irreparable. But soon she saw the band playing on the music channel. Jasper was with them. He looked different, older and more serious than usual. I mean, there was nothing wrong with him. It's just that he'd apparently decided to start a new life and cut all ties, including forgetting about her. And Jane? At first, the girl still hoped, waited for him to call, to explain everything. But Jasper was gone, completely out of her life. Jane made it a habit to watch the music channel every day. Every now and then she'd see Jasper. He was never the center of attention, but he was still caught in the camera lens sometimes. And quite often there was a girl next to him, the same one, either a makeup artist or the band's costumer. Beautiful, colorful. Apparently there was something between her and Jasper, couldn't help but be. Jane was desperately jealous of Jasper, both of this girl and of the other potential women of her lover. She was hurt as she had ever been, and also hurt and scared. Scared of being alone again, without the support, the warmth of a loved one, an unpleasant mixture of feelings and emotions. And there were other problems more pressing. Money. Jane was barely making ends meet. After all, she had a tiny salary and a loan. Eventually, the bar went bankrupt. The new owners bought it and turned it into a hookah lounge. Jane had to quit like all the other employees. Another blow. Jane had special memories and feelings about this place. And now the bar was gone, a cozy bar where she could always enjoy live music, where there was a friendly, warm atmosphere. Jasper would understand, support her. Everything was easier and more pleasant with him in general. But he was hundreds of kilometers away from her and seemed to have forgotten all about her. Jasper had no idea how desperate she was. He never found out about the loan. He thought Jane had helped him out with the extra money she'd suddenly received. And of course he had no idea she'd been fired. And if he did, what would he care about her now? Jane had no time to go over her grievances and think about what it would be like if she was in desperate need of a job, and preferably a decent paying one. And that's why she was tirelessly perusing the adverts. She wanted to find something that would help her get out of the financial hole. Good, at least the owner of the flat agreed to wait with payment. But he's got a lot of patience too. Jane would be asked to leave in a heartbeat. The ad caught Jane's eye with the amount of money they were offering for her services. Not a bad figure. It could solve a lot of the girl's problems, but the job itself seemed too unfamiliar to her. A carer was needed for a little girl. It didn't seem to specify the diagnosis, but whoever had advertised it had made it clear that the child needed round-the-clock care and supervision, including taking medication by the hour, accompanying her to procedures, and so on. Jane reflected. She had experience in caring for babies. "Thank you, Ellen," to her mentor. The girl even enjoyed fiddling with her nephews. She knew how to get along with small children, knew how to feed them, change them, keep them occupied. But here we were talking about a sick child, apparently seriously ill. Could she do it? At least it was worth a try. Jane called the number given, and a pleasant male voice answered. The man asked her a few questions: age, occupation, education, experience with small children. And she was invited for an interview. Jane was nervous the day before. She wanted the job. Jane needed it like air. It was a chance to get out of a financial hole, to stay afloat. Where else would you find a salary like that? That's why Jane was worried, anxious. What if she didn't get the job? What then to look for a place as a waitress again? To work for a pittance? The taxi brought Jane to a country cottage village, an elite neighborhood, tall, beautiful houses surrounded by fences. At the gate, the girl was met by a woman, an au pair. As Jane found out later, in fact, the person who did everything: cleaning, cooking, laundry. Because her employer, Kevin, was always too busy. Businessmen in general have very little free time. Kevin met the job applicants in the living room. He was a man in his 40s with intelligent, piercing blue eyes, perfectly styled hair with light gray. An athletic figure. Yes, this man obviously paid attention to health and appearance. Jane was even embarrassed at first. How to start a conversation with someone like that? She suddenly seemed insignificant next to him. "Good morning," Kevin smiled warmly. Jane's embarrassment vanished. The man's smile was open, and the kind Kevin seemed at once like a man of his own. "Hello," Jane smiled back. "I'm here to see you." "That's very good. I'll tell you straight away. I need a carer for my daughter, Melissa. She's in really bad shape right now. So it's not for everyone. She's being monitored by the paramedics. They're here every day. I could hire a nurse for Melissa, but how can I tell you this? There's a lot of pain in her life already, a lot of people in white coats. I wish there was someone else there for her. You know, a young girl like you. Cheerful, who knows a lot of songs and fairy tales, who can cheer up a child, inspire him, come up with some interesting activity, in general, to brighten up her leisure time." "Why? What's wrong with your girl?" Jane just couldn't help but ask the question. Kevin lowered his eyes. His face darkened in an instant, becoming anxious and tense. "Melissa, she's been tested everywhere. No one could figure anything out. It's like her body is destroying itself. There's no sign of autoimmune aggression. She's been getting tests all the time. They do, but she's fading, and nothing helps her." "Poor baby," Jane exclaimed. "The doctors are doing what they can. I have the means, as you can see, but they're not all powerful, unfortunately. Anyway, Melissa needs more than just a nanny. That's where we have Vivian, our favorite au pair. She'll feed her and give her medication on time, and we don't just need a carer either. Melissa has nurses to look after her and do all the necessary treatments. What Melissa needs is more like, a friend or something. Someone who can bring her positive emotions. The doctors say it's very important in her condition. And looking at you, I think you're just that young, beautiful, funny, and you have a kind look in your eye. You know how to empathize. That's good." Jane nodded. She was anxious to see the little girl. She needed positive emotions, and she would give them to her. Jane would cheer up a girl who had such a serious illness, brighten up the gray, everyday life of the little patient, find a way to make her life more pleasant. "If you're ready to get to work right now," Kevin continued, "let's start a trial period. Let's say 3 days, and then it's up to Melissa to decide. Of course, you'll be paid for your time anyway. Do you agree?" Yes, Jane nodded. "That's good," Kevin said happily. "Then Vivienne will introduce you to Melissa. I've got to go, I've got things to do." As the door shut behind Kevin, Vivienne, a middle-aged woman with a surprisingly soft and cozy look, turned to Jane with a question. "Have you ever interacted with little kids before? Do you know what little kids are like?" "I have nephews," Jane nodded. "That's good." Vivienne shook her head. "Except our Melissa, she's an unusual child. You realize that yourself." "I guess Melissa hardly ever gets out of bed. She gets tired quickly. It's hard to keep her interested in anything, but you have to. Melissa needs to be distracted from her pain, from her torment, and she needs to be walked at least an hour a day. That's what the doctors said. I get it." "Well, let's go and meet her now," Vivienne said. Jane followed Vivienne to the first floor and entered the nursery. It was the princess's spacious room. A huge window let in a lot of daylight. Along the walls were racks of expensive toys and books. Right in the center of the room was a mini playground. There was a slide, swings, and even a trampoline. A little further away was a ball pool, and closer to the door was a bed. What kind of bed was it? It was large, round, with a pink canopy. Jane looked around curiously. She had never seen a room like this before. Was it really all for one child? In the midst of this splendor, Jane did not immediately notice the little mistress of the room. She was lying in bed surrounded by large, soft toys. There was a soft cat, a fluffy white bear, a bright green crocodile with flowers all over its body, and a thin, pale 7-year-old girl, completely transparent and almost blending in with the white bedclothes because of her unhealthy skin color. Huge blue eyes, like her father's, looked at the entrance with curiosity. Melissa propped herself up on her elbows, though it cost her great effort, and turned to Vivienne. "Who's that with you? The new rehab doctor?" The difficult word came off the little girl's lips easily and habitually, and it was somehow completely unnatural. "No, honey, this is your new friend. Her name is Jane. Are you going to play dolls together?" Melissa perked up a little. "Whatever you want to play." Jane smiled at her. The girl was both sympathetic and pitiful. "I really like to play with dolls." "That's good. Vivienne doesn't have time. And Daddy can't play at all," Melissa said. "Grown-ups have a lot to do," Jane shrugged. "That's why they can be boring sometimes." "Right," Melissa suggested. And the conspirators smiled. "Boring," Jane agreed. Melissa laughed softly. "Well, I can see you're going to be fine. You two have fun," Vivienne said. She looked really happy. "I'm going to go make dinner. Oh, and Melissa, you remember the nurse is coming to see you today, right?" I remember. The girl frowned. "More IVs. But where can I go?" Sweet Vivienne kissed the girl on the top of her head and left the room. Jane was left alone with Melissa. "Shall we play?" With a smile, the girl turned to her ward. "You have so many beautiful toys here. I can't keep my eyes open." "Better read to me?" the girl asked. The short conversation seemed to have drained her of her energy. Melissa sank down on the pillows and pulled the blanket over her skinny body, even though the room was warm. "Good," Jane agreed. She was surprised at the weakness of this 7-year-old. They seemed energetic, like Andrew, Jane's eldest nephew, who was just the same age as Annie. But you can't get him to sit still for 5 minutes. He's always up to something, making things up. If the boy were in this room, he'd be jumping on a trampoline or going down a slide. Lassie calls him a perpetual motion machine, and so does Lillian. Chris and Chris are the same, even though they're younger. Melissa, on the other hand, poor thing, is lying on her back. What do you want to read? Princesses. There's a book on the windowsill. Vivian started to read to me, but she never has time, she said. It was a heavy, beautiful book with bright pictures, but the story itself seemed silly, boring, predictable, and formulaic. She herself did not like such fairy tales in her childhood. Let's make up our own story about these princesses, Jane suggested. Melissa's tired eyes flashed with interest. How? She asked. Very simple. I start, you continue. Melissa was fascinated by the activity. She was inspired to invent adventures for the princess. She was riding in a racing car. The heroine was kidnapped by a dragon and then rescued by a prince. The girl's imagination was running wild, which seemed to surprise Melissa herself. Then Vivian entered the room. Seeing that Jane and Melissa were getting along, she was pleased. The woman brought lunch: mashed soup, stewed vegetables. I don't want any, Melissa said, wincing. I don't want anything. I don't want any of this. Vivian looked at Jane, clearly expecting her to help. Let me feed you, Jane turned to the girl. Each spoonful is another princess adventure. I'll make them up as I go along. Can you imagine how much I'll have to tell you? Which do you think will finish first, your food or my imagination? It worked. The food ended faster than Jane's fantasy. But Melissa demanded more stories. Vivienne splayed her hands in surprise, smiled, and walked out. Soon a nurse entered the nursery. Melissa immediately darkened. She was almost asleep. Lunch and history had tired her out. But it was time for treatments. IVs? She asked the nurse hopelessly. She nodded sympathetically. I'll do it quickly. Don't worry, it won't hurt. You'll sleep later, and we'll have tea. Vivian pulled Jane's sleeve. Aren't you needed here now? The AU pair led Jane into the spacious kitchen. Smoky cups of coffee and a flavorful cake that looked like it had just come out of the oven were waiting on the table. You and Melissa are getting along, I see. The woman smiled, looking warmly at Jane. That's good. Melissa kicked her previous nanny out, but she's taken to you. I've already called Kevin and told him all about it. He's very pleased and excited. He said to keep you safe. I'm glad too. Jane smiled. Melissa is just too bad. My nephews are so noisy, so cheerful, and she's lying in bed, not even able to play, nothing to play with. It's scary. What did the doctors say? Are there any chances? No prognosis. Vivian shook her head. They can't even diagnose her. They just dismiss the symptoms, that's all. Melissa's going to be better after the drip. You can take her for a walk after her afternoon nap for a while. Vivian continued her story. Kevin, Melissa's father, I understand. Where's her mom? On a business trip. Does she have a demanding job too, so she can't babysit her daughter? Vivian sighed. I wish. Lassie, Melissa's mom, isn't alive. The birth was complicated. The doctors tried to save the baby and didn't realize the mother needed help. And Lassie wasn't complaining about anything, just worried about the baby. That's how it all worked out. The day after the birth, Lassie developed a high fever. Checkups, intensive care, one thing led to another. Her heart stopped. Poor thing had some kind of internal bleeding. It's a rare case. And then there was Melissa in the NICU because she was born prematurely. It was a tough time. It's a shame, I agreed. That's a shame. Let me tell you the whole story, Vivian said. It looks like you're going to be with us for a while, so you should know. Kevin grew up in a happy, full family. A loving mom and dad, caring, attentive grandparents. A room of his own. Trips to the seaside every summer, birthdays. Friends. Kevin had a happy childhood, no less happy youth. He graduated from high school with honors. Thanks in large part to parents who cared about their son's education. If they saw gaps, they immediately hired Kevin the best tutors. And the boy studied English in foreign camps. He had a holiday and got an education at once. Vouchers to such places were not cheap, and it was not easy to get them. But what can't you do for the sake of your favorite son, especially if he is so desirable and long-awaited? Kevin's parents were old enough, they had not been able to have a child for many years. The couple resigned themselves to such a fate. But then, when there was no hope left, life suddenly gave them a surprise, finally gave them an heir. Needless to say, since then, all the attention of his mother and father indiscriminately belonged to Kevin. He was never shy of his parents, despite the fact that they were much older than the parents of his classmates. But Kevin, on the contrary, was proud of his parents. His father was a well-known businessman in the city, and his mother was the head doctor of a regional hospital. They were known and respected by everyone. It never occurred to Kevin to be ashamed of his parents. Kevin grew up. His parents were rapidly aging, giving up. When the guy was in his third year of university, his father died. Stroke, intensive care, coma, and that was it. Kevin felt like an adult for the first time. After all, he, a student, had to get into the affairs of the company, which his parents left him by inheritance. Since he was a teenager, Kevin had been interested in his father's business. He knew a lot of things, even had the right to sign. Yet for the first time, he had entrusted most of the processes to the board manager, a longtime friend of his departed parent. Because Kevin needed to study and support his mother, who had given up a lot after the death of her spouse. 3 years passed. Kevin had just received his diploma, had just taken over his father's company, had just started to gain strength. And then there was another blow, Mom this time. The boy was left all alone. Kevin felt miserable and lonely in his parents' big house. It was good that Vivian, the au pair and almost a member of the family, was there. She had known Kevin as a baby and treated him as her son. The woman had no children of her own. She gave all her care to the young man who had lost both his parents one after the other. It's been hard on him, Vivian shook her head. He was just a boy, and here he was. It was his job that pulled him through. He had to make decisions, go places, hold meetings, sign contracts, that sort of thing. That's what saved him. It's been a while. Kevin turned from a young, inexperienced guy into an intelligent, purposeful man, a talented businessman. Vivienne was pleased to see her mentee. He had grown older, stronger, more self-confident. The au pair wished Kevin would find a good wife, marry her, and become a father. Then Vivian's heart would be at peace. Only he didn't have anyone special. Vivian said no. There were some girls hanging around Kevin. He was a prominent, wealthy bloke. They're always popular. Except that one of them didn't work out, and he didn't feel anything for the other. They weren't to his heart's content. And Vivian didn't trust them. It seemed like all they wanted from him was money. They made eyes at him. And then Lassie showed up. Kevin met Lassie literally on the street. She was in a hurry to get somewhere, as it turned out later, for a job interview at Kevin's firm. Lassie had recently been downsized. The factory where she had worked as an accountant for several years after college had suddenly closed. So Lassie was looking for a new position. Kevin went out for a walk to get some air. He even had a goal to buy donuts at the bakery around the corner. And then fate collided the two men, literally. Lassie jumped out of the corner too quickly and ran into the unsuspecting Kevin. It was like a romantic music video. The bag slipped off Lassie's shoulder, its contents scattering across the pavement. Kevin and Lassie rushed to pick it up. The girl apologized. Kevin assured her it was all right and admired the stranger's beautiful gray eyes. It was love at first sight. When the young people had sorted out the bag and the things that had fallen out of it, they rose synchronously and smiled at each other. Kevin, like a man, made the first move. He learned the name of the beautiful stranger and then introduced himself. They walked leisurely and talked, getting to know each other. When Kevin found out that Lassie was rushing to his office, he realized that this beautiful girl was his destiny. And it was no accident that they met in such an interesting way, rather than seeing each other for the first time in the office. It was more romantic, more interesting, more pleasant. In short, it was a real romance. Vivian had never seen Kevin so happy. Lassie turned out to be intelligent, understanding, kind. She quickly found a rapport with Vivian, too, which was important. Sweet, sweet girl. And for what? And just such a fate. Vivian shook her head sadly. A couple of years after they met, Kevin and Lassie got married. It was a wonderful couple, harmonious and happy. There was love, understanding, and respect between the couple. Vivian rejoiced when she saw them together, her beloved Kevin and his wonderful, beautiful wife. They decided not to rush into having children. Vivian continued. It was their common decision. It was like they felt something. They traveled, worked, met friends. And I, the fool, was advising them in my senile way not to delay it. I wanted to babysit their baby. But Kevin and Lassie lived on their own for 5 years after they got married. Were they happy together? No, they wanted kids, but not right away, later, until they were happy. And then the news of Lassie's pregnancy. It was an unplanned event, but the whole household welcomed it. Well, it's about time, Lassie summarized. The baby decided he'd had enough of waiting. Thank God. Vivian shook her hands. I think you're going to have a boy. You look so pretty now, Lassie. Girls take beauty from their mothers when they're pregnant. But the AU pair was wrong. The ultrasound confirmed that Lassie was having a girl. A healthy, strong one. They showed me a picture of her. They take pictures of a baby in the womb nowadays. I looked at her, and she looked just like Lassie. That's how Melissa was born, just like her mom. Melissa. It was Lassie who chose the name for her daughter. Kevin and Vivian didn't mind. They both liked it very much. The pregnancy hadn't been easy. At first, Lassie was suffering from toxicosis, then it seemed to recede, but it was replaced by other problems: high blood pressure, edema. The child developed well, but the mother suffered, melting before her eyes, refusing to eat, lying down a lot. The usually energetic Lassie didn't even have the strength to go downstairs. Vivian carried her food straight to her bedroom. The woman felt sorry for Lassie, helped her as much as she could, and assured her that things would not be easy after the birth of her daughter. Children are for women, Vivian sighed. Pregnancy had taken its toll on Lassie. That depends. Jane shrugged, remembering her sister. Her children had been relatively easy. Anyway, Lassie had gone into labor much earlier than expected. The threat of miscarriage had been diagnosed throughout the pregnancy, so fortunately the mother-to-be was in the hospital under the supervision of doctors at that moment. They tried to stop the process, but failed. Melissa was born premature, weak. She didn't scream. She wasn't put on Lassie's chest. She wasn't even shown to her. Things are different when it comes to newborns who need to stay in the womb for at least 3 more months. Melissa was immediately sent to the NICU. There was a fight for her life. And Lassie seemed fine at first. I mean, she was tired, of course, after giving birth. Well, she was worried about her daughter. She was worried sick. It's all understandable. Understandable and natural, Vivian said. The doctors examined the woman in labor, found no abnormalities, and sent her to the ward. It was only later that serious symptoms appeared, but it was too late. Kevin and I were worried about the girl, Vivian said, almost crying. It was obvious that even now, 7 years later, it was hard for her to remember it. We thought the baby wouldn't survive. She was born too early. She was too weak. And then, when in the morning Kevin received a call from the hospital and was told that his wife had died of internal bleeding, he could not believe his ears. He thought it was Melissa. His mind refused to accept what he was hearing. But no, Melissa had pulled through. She was a stronger girl. But Lassie was gone. Kevin went gray, didn't sleep or eat for months. I thought he'd gone too. Vivian stopped talking. But he did. I had work to do, Melissa to pull. To be honest, he hadn't been very good to his daughter at first. Vivian blamed Lassie for what happened to her. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't help it. She was just angry with her. Melissa was discharged home and a nanny was hired for her. Someone had to look after the baby. Vivian was too old for that. But she enjoyed playing with the girl. Melissa took her around the yard in her prom and talked to her a lot. And she was the only one who gave the newborn the love she needed. My father wasn't capable of that at the time. She's like a granddaughter to me, the au pair smiled. I took to her right away. But Kevin. He shunned the child for a long time, bought everything he needed for her, and sometimes went for a walk with her. But that was if Vivian made him. He never took the initiative. Then one day Melissa got sick, high fever. Nothing helped. She was vomiting, poor thing. It was the flu. A lot of people got it back then, and the little ones took it particularly badly, Vivian said. But anyway, Melissa was back in hospital again. The doctors had no prognosis. And that's when Kevin came to his senses, dropped everything. He sat by his daughter's bedside 24 hours a day, singing songs to her, telling her poems, rocking her in his arms. And it was as if Melissa felt her father's care. She was on the mend immediately. Their little girl was discharged, and Kevin became completely different with her, a real father, loving and caring. Life went on as usual. Kevin worked hard, but always found time to spend with his daughter. Melissa grew up, pleased her father and Vivian with her excellent health and rare intelligence, and everything seemed to be fine. Except that Vivian was worried that Kevin was all alone. It seemed to her that he would not be happy until he met a woman. Only now it was a very difficult task. For Kevin's chosen one, she had to love and accept Melissa. Otherwise, any union was out of the question. Well, God has heard my prayers, Vivian smiled. And Kevin had a beautiful Samantha. I can't take my eyes off her. Smart too. She's got a kid herself, a little girl a little younger than Melissa. It's a great family. Samantha got a job with Kevin, and it all started at some corporate event. It's pretty standard stuff. Samantha was good to Melissa. She often took her and her youngest daughter out to an amusement park or to the cinema. Melissa grew to love both Samantha and her little half-sister Annie. She was truly happy. Kevin and Samantha got married and started living together, and then Annie started having these symptoms. First dizziness, then nausea, weakness, no appetite. Examination in the best clinics, trips to doctors abroad, consultations of famous professors, all this did not give any result. Doctors could not make the correct diagnosis. The girl was melting before our eyes. The first year she was still fine. She was still on her feet. Vivian almost cried again. It was obvious that her heart was truly hurting for the little girl. After New Year's Eve, she was quite ill. And now I am so frightened for her. I don't know what kind of illness has attacked our little girl. Samantha and her daughter moved into her flat temporarily. Annie was in daycare, and it was too dangerous for Melissa to get infections from there. So Samantha and Kevin made that decision. And it comes from Samantha a lot. Every day almost, Vivian continued. She's a good girl. She brings Melissa fair gifts. She brings Annie some too when she's not sick. But when she went to the garden, it started. Sick day after sick day. So it turns out they have a wife with one child separately, the husband with the eldest daughter separately. Such a family. Well, where to go? That's the situation. It's a strange situation, Jane said. She was shocked by Kevin and Melissa's story. It's like a TV show. Well, that's just the way it is. The older woman waved her hands. Melissa, I see she's getting along with you, and that's good, she said. Everything will be nicer now. Days went by. Jane now lived in the room next to Annie's nursery, but the girl often asked Nanny to stay the night in her bedroom. Melissa had a very comfortable sofa there. Jane made herself a bed on it. They talked before bedtime, holding hands. Jane saw Melissa's problems. It was very important. The girl clearly lacked attention, even though there were many adults around her. Kevin was a very caring and anxious father, a pleasant man to be around. They often had conversations about Melissa. The man always listened attentively to Jane, did not interrupt or argue, asked the right questions. Jane also got to know Samantha. Vivian was right. Indeed, she was a very beautiful woman. Chiseled cheekbones, beautifully curved lips, the grace of a panther, a true queen. But when Samantha interacted with Melissa, when she adjusted Melissa's blanket, smiled and stroked her head, Jane couldn't shake the feeling that the woman was a hypocrite. It was evident in seemingly insignificant details as well. A cold glint in her eyes, a squeamish movement of her lips, something elusive and very unpleasant. One day Jane had a strange dream. The girl found herself in some room, ragged wallpaper, creaky floors. She sat on a stool by a dark window, through which nothing could be seen, and realized that she was asleep. She wanted to wake up, but for some reason she couldn't. And then Jane did not even realize where she had come from. Lassie appeared as if out of thin air. Jane recognized her because she had seen Melissa's mother in pictures. Lassie smiled sadly and looked at Jane with a warm and very soft gaze. "Watch her," she said in a quiet, illogical voice. "Watch out for Samantha. She's the trouble. She's dangerous." Lassie vanished into thin air. And Jane had so many questions she wanted to ask her. Watch her how? What? Was she dangerous? Jane woke up in a cold sweat. Or rather, as if Jane had flown into her body, fallen into it. It was a strange sensation. Lassie's words were still echoing in her head. No, Jane didn't believe in the supernatural. But the dream, which was little more than a dream, was more like a journey through time and worlds. The strange dream just wouldn't let go. The next day, Samantha was gone, and Jane waited for her. She knew for sure this woman was involved in something bad. Samantha is somehow hurting this family and doesn't like Melissa. She doesn't sympathize with the girl, she just pretends to care. And how come the others don't notice this? Even the experienced, long-lived Vivienne. Samantha turned up the next day, as beautiful as ever, brightly colored, languid. First thing she did was go up to Annie's to say hello. Then she went down to the kitchen. Melissa's thirsty, Samantha said, looking at Vivienne. Let me make her some cocoa. Come on, said the au pair, fussing. No, I can manage. I feel like it. I want to do something for her. You're so thoughtful. Jane was silent. She watched Samantha like Lassie had asked her to in the dream. Somehow it felt like this was the big moment. It was as if Lassie were there, telling her to be vigilant. Vivienne was tinkering with the test. Jane pretended to look out the window, but she was watching Samantha. And there she was, the woman deftly pulled a small vial from her sleeve, dripped a few drops into the milk, and immediately hid the bottle back. Only a couple of seconds, a few deft movements, but Jane saw everything. The drink for the princess is ready. Samantha smiled. Jane, hand me her favorite cup, please. Jane obeyed. She watched in silence as Samantha poured cocoa into Melissa's mug with a picture of Melissa's favorite cartoon characters, and realized Melissa shouldn't drink it. She shouldn't. She should act on it. Jane pretended to slip. She bumped into Samantha, who dropped the cup out of her hands, the mug falling and shattering. Cocoa spilled on the floor? I'm sorry, I'm so clumsy. Jane fidgeted, grabbed a rag, started wiping up the puddle, picking up the shards. It's okay. I'll do it again. Samantha's voice was filled with poorly concealed irritation. Jane couldn't do it a second time. It would arouse suspicion. So she had to accept the fact that Melissa would get the cocoa from her stepmother's hands. While Samantha and Vivienne were at Melissa's, Jane squeezed the rag she used to wipe the cocoa into an empty tomato paste jar. She was going to take the liquid to be analyzed today. She needed to know exactly what Samantha had put in the cocoa. Maybe it was just vitamins. Then there was no point in panicking. But something told her it wasn't. She had to wait 2 days for the test results. When Jane saw the statement, she was horrified. The drink contained poison, deadly, causing symptoms similar to those of Annie. So the girl's weakness was due to her stepmother systematically poisoning her, just like in a fairy tale. Jane didn't know who to turn to with her news. Vivienne? What could she do? Kevin? He wouldn't believe her. What do we do? Samantha can't be allowed anywhere near the girl. She wants to send her to the afterlife, and she's almost succeeded in that endeavor. Still, Jane plucked up the courage to talk to Kevin. She told him everything about her terrible dream, about the cocoa, and about the examination. Jane was afraid that he would shout, start to kick her out, or accuse her of wanting to hurt his daughter. You know, Kevin said, looking at Jane, I'd probably fire you right away if you'd said that. It's very strange, agreed. But just yesterday I had an unusual dream too, Lassie. And she asked me to trust you, just trust, nothing more. Why don't you just keep this to yourself for now and take some time off? I need to sort this out. Vera Antonovna will call you when you can go back to work. Jane spent those few days on pins and needles. She didn't know what was going on at Kevin's house, and she was very worried about Melissa, who had already grown fond of her. But Kevin had said to wait for the call, so she would wait. Vera Antonovna called. Jane, seeing her name on the screen, became anxious. What would they tell her now? How did it go? Come over, was all Vera Antonovna said. We have such a thing here. Come quickly. Melissa misses you. Very much. Jane didn't have to beg long. Half an hour later, she was at Kevin's house. The owner opened the door, still as calm and unruffled as ever. It was hard to guess from his appearance what had happened. "I want to thank you," the man finally allowed himself to smile. "You were right. Samantha, she really wanted to. I'm afraid to say it out loud. That bastard wanted to poison Melissa?" Vera Antonovna shook her head. "You'd have to think. And I trusted her so much." The story turned out to be banal and as old as the world. Samantha was not going to put up with a rival in the form of her wealthy husband's favorite daughter. She wanted her own daughter Annie to be the sole heir to Kevin's fortune. Well, herself first, of course. Samantha had once trained as a pharmacist, but she never worked a day in her profession, preferring to live off rich admirers. Nature has generously endowed her with beauty, so that the opportunities for such an existence the woman had. Received in college knowledge was enough to think of a way to send the hated stepdaughter to the other side of the world. A poison that's hard to find in blood and tissue unless you look for it. Samantha put the toxic substance in the food she cooked for Melissa. And the girl was weakening, slowly fading away. We were only a short distance away from the target. It's mind-boggling. It's unbelievable. Vera Antonovna could not calm down yet. Jane understood her. Indeed, Samantha's act was monstrous. How could she do such a thing to a defenseless child? Melissa trusted her, loved her. So Kevin installed surveillance cameras in the kitchen. It turns out Samantha was poisoning Melissa's food every time she ate it. Sometimes she cooked something for the girl herself, and sometimes she'd drip it from a vial into the food, probably prepared by the housekeeper. "I used my own hands to take it to Melissa." The poisoned Vivian shook her head. Anyway, Samantha had been caught red-handed. She was under investigation. Annie was taken in by her father, a man who had wanted to have contact with the child for a long time, but he wasn't allowed to because he was too poor for it, too unworthy. "Melissa, and everything will be fine," Vivian assured Vivian. It wasn't the child's fault that his mother wanted to do this. "And Melissa, how is she?" Jane asked. "Melissa's fine," came from somewhere behind her. Jane turned round and met Melissa's eyes. She was still very thin and pale, but she already had the strength to walk around the house. "A real miracle. The doctor said she'll recover quickly now," Vivian smiled. Jane and Jasper walked slowly along the shelves of the children's shop. It was the girls' section, so they both felt as if they were in a realm of pink and purple dolls, cosmetics, soft toys. It was mind-boggling. "When I was in San Francisco, a guy bought his nephew a voice-controlled robot. That's the stuff. Maybe Melissa would like something like that," Jasper suggested. "She's a girl," Jane reminded him. "And she definitely wants a doll, a cartoon character. We should try to find one. Maybe next birthday she won't want toys at all. Kids grow up so fast." "It's amazing. We'll soon see for ourselves." Jasper put his hand on Jane's rounded belly. The baby responded immediately with a still weak but palpable push. A year ago, right after Melissa had been rescued from her evil stepmother, Jane had been in for another surprise. She continued to live next door to Melissa. She was quickly on the mend, mastered active games, asked to take her for walks all over Los Angeles. The girl was still very attached to Jane, and she still needed a job. And Jane had already got used to everyone to the girl Vivian. Even Kevin did not want to part with them. The adults had initially decided not to tell Melissa the truth about what had happened to her. Too terrible story. But the sensible girl managed to put two and two together, heard something, thought of something herself. "It's just like in fairy tales," the girl shrugged her shoulders. The little girl was coming back to life. In September, she went to school with her peers, and Jane was finally able to return to the university, chose a correspondence course, because she had to not only study, but also work. However, her work was more like life in a family with relatives: sweet, cheerful Melissa, kind, wise Vivian, always busy, but polite and attentive Kevin. With these people, Jane was cozy, warm, and comfortable. They accepted her and were very grateful to her for saving Melissa. It's scary to think what could have happened if it hadn't been for that terrible dream. They discussed this unusual event. First, Lassie had dreamt about Jane, then Kevin. Vivian was sure of it. Lassie had broken through time and space to save her little girl. Kevin only shook his head and didn't offer an opinion. And Jane? She didn't know what to think. Perhaps Samantha had aroused her suspicions right away. After all, she hadn't liked Melissa's stepmother at first sight. More likely, Jane ran the thoughts through her head. It was possible that they'd been transformed into unusual dreams. Except Kevin had dreamed about Lassie too and asked him to believe Jane. That afternoon, Jane left the house alone. Melissa was studying. Vivian was doing chores around the house. Jane had to drive to the university to drop off some papers at the dean's office. Suddenly, Jasper stepped towards her. Jane couldn't believe her eyes. The sight of him made the hair on her head stand on end. And him? He looked happy and confused, smiling, looking at Jane as if there were no one more important to him in the world. "I found you at last," he said, and he held her close to him. Jane understood nothing, but she did not resist. She snuggled against the man she loved, enjoyed his closeness, and tried not to think of Jasper's betrayal, of his sudden disappearance. The explanation turned out to be ridiculously simple. Jasper simply dropped his phone into the ocean during a boat trip. Naturally, the gadget disappeared irretrievably. Jane wasn't registered on social media, so he simply couldn't contact her. No way. Jasper wrote letters like the old days letters and telegrams. But Jane had moved in with Kevin and was hardly ever home. So the letters piled up in the letterbox and then somehow disappeared. "I remember this moment," Jane said. "I came home one day and saw that the letterbox door was broken. Someone had opened the box and taken the letters for some reason. Maybe kids? Maybe a nosy neighbor. In short, you never heard from me, so you thought I'd forgotten about you. Started a new life," betrayed Jasper continued. "I couldn't just drop everything and leave. It was about my career and our future, our well-being. It was unbearable without you, without news of you. But I knew I would have to wait, and then I would be financially secure for many years to come. And then I could fly to you and explain everything. I didn't realize how much trouble you were in. I didn't know you had to take out a loan. I didn't know anything about you quitting your job. It's been so hard on you." That's it. Just an unfortunate coincidence. Jane was glad that her feelings and Jasper's were real, that there was no betrayal or deceit in her life. Just a misunderstanding that had finally been resolved. Jasper now had a contract with a well-known producer in the capital. He had everything he dreamed of: concerts, gigs, tours, opportunities to take his music to people who were ready to accept it. And money. Money, of course. Jasper had even managed to buy a flat for the two of them. It was in the middle of a renovation. Jasper and Jane were married. They were already expecting a child. Jane felt happy and loved. She didn't work for Kevin anymore. And a stronger, more mature Melissa didn't need a 24-hour nanny. But they were all still friends. And right now, Jane and Jasper were picking out a 9th birthday present for Melissa that might not have been.
It seems that everyone, absolutely everyone, when summer vacation comes, goes traveling. And in the fall, during the first days of September, no one has time for lessons. Mildred's classmates tell who has been where, trying to remember the brightest moments and outdo each other. Olin in Thailand rode an elephant. Caleb in Egypt with his parents went on a desert safari, and at night, together with other tourists, climbed Mount Moses to meet the dawn. Emily found Bulgaria boring. Max enjoyed diving in the Red Sea. Mildred was sent to the country every summer. And not even to her own grandmother, but to some 7th water on the vine. And it was especially her Mildred could tell her grandmother where Mildred had seen this vegetable garden. These stupid chickens who wanted to peck her hands, and for diving, there was only a river, which the same chickens would wade across. But try telling that to your 7th great-grandmother. Delia Gassman had been the school's vice principal for the last 20 years, and Mildred's parents were particularly fond of it. "I'll rest easy. She'll be able to keep an eye on you," Mom said. She didn't rely on herself. Mom was a forever girl kind of girl. When her father went away on a business trip, Mildred felt like they were having some kind of naughty holiday at home. Mom hated to cook. To stand at the stove for her meant to live her life. Go shopping, carry bags, spend half a day at the stove, then eat everything in 20 minutes and then feed the toilet. Mom asked from the ceiling as if she were some kind of supreme judge. When Mildred and her mother were alone, it was sandwiches, coffee and ice cream, and movies, some of them better than others, without regard to bedtime. Dad would come home, and everything would go back to normal. Mom would make dinner for 3 days, the family would gather around the table, and at 10 o'clock Mildred would be sent to bed, even if tomorrow was a day off. So her mother secretly reproached herself for her weakness of character if she was so relieved to hand her daughter over to the cold, pedantic hands of Delia Gasman for 3 summer months. In the little room where Mildred was put in by her 7th cousin's grandmother, there wasn't even a door to close. There was a curtain, and in the first days of her arrival, when Mildred wanted to throw up and throw down, she had to restrain herself and behave. What a foreign word it was in her vocabulary, in an honorable manner. Afterward, however, everything was all right. Some summer her friends appeared, and then they were waiting for Mildred to arrive, and no sooner had she taken her things out of her traveling bag than Clarissa and Sami were already peering in at the window, and Delia Gasman was raising her voice. Oh, the front garden. Flowers. Through the door, please. The girls didn't. They had preferred to stay away from the head teacher since their school days. Clarissa made a gesture with her chin towards the street. Say, come with us, as it took a minute to kick off her shoes and change into sandals. And then a light jumped through the window. The body itself remembered last year's skill, and that was it. Summer had begun. There was internet in the village house. Slow, weak, but it worked. Show me a spot on the map that isn't covered by the World Wide Web. One time Mildred couldn't take it anymore and she jumped. She and the girls trickled into the House of Culture. It was the end of a meeting of the locals, and afterwards they were supposed to show a movie. They were just early. An aunt from the stage was talking tediously about the state of the roads. And behind the girls sat 2 grandmothers, real village old ladies, gaunt, in scarves. And one was telling the other what her new cell phone could do. Wait, interrupted the second one. Do you have Bluetooth or what? In short, the internet was there. But after a few days it turned out that there was no time for it, because adventures on the 5th point can be found not only on the Mountain of Moses, and if you do not drown in the virtual world, the real world is extreme. Here is the lake at the edge of the village. Long, narrow, curved, half-submerged. Its left end is not that uninteresting, it is even unpleasant, because the shores are built up. Vegetable gardens run down to the water, and you are like in a shop window and constantly disturbing someone. That geese meet to swim, that men after a bath, to swim from the bridge, that deaf grandfather to fish. And you get a beating from everyone, even from... But if you go to the right end of the lake, oh, that's another matter. You have to get there along the shore, along those very little visible paths, which to a stranger's eye seem completely unnoticeable, and the thicket itself impenetrable. But you know everything, and there is already a ravine over which there is a bridge, like from a horror movie, at the bottom of the ravine running brook, and the bridge as if the forest built from such old, gaunt trunks and branches that every time you think, I will be the last one who will risk to cross it, under me it, and collapse. But behind the bridge the thicket parted, and the lake lay, enclosed in precipitous banks, and no one around. The forest looking out of the bushes, a mermaid that looks at you from the depths, although in reality here can appear only cat scientist, and that if Vasca brought from home and tied to a tree. Delia Gasman didn't really keep Mildred in line. The rules to obey were few and simple. No running out for a walk without breakfast. Watch your appearance. Dirty clothes, wash them. Torn clothes, sew them up. After dark, go home. Though Mildred sometimes violated the last rule mercilessly. Otherwise, how could she and the girls walk along the star paths? There were plenty of fireflies in the vicinity of the village. Both Clarissa and Sami had been dismissive of them before. So what if they were bugs with glowing asses? Clarissa said. But when the ordinary road along the field, so dull and dusty by day, so dull and dusty by night, called to Mildred with a witch's light, she was utterly mesmerized. It was as if the night sky was now on every side. The stars twinkled above her head and under her feet. One by one, as if by themselves, fairy stories were born. Mildred did not admit to the girls that she had composed them herself. She said she had read them in books. Her friends listened with their mouths ajar, believing, frightened, and as they did not want to make a fool of themselves, they tried to tell Mildred something comparable about the local countryside. Near Sammy began. At the other end of the field, there's the Barzer's garden. They say there used to be a house there before the revolution, where a baron lived. Nothing is left of the house, but you can go to the garden even now. But everything there has been wild for a long time, shallow and sour. And where the river is, well, where the cape is, Clarissa, picked up. There's a dig. The ancient people lived there like monkeys. Archaeologists used to come there, digging in the ground. It's all broken crockery, pots and pans, as if they were always fighting with each other and throwing dishes. There's a dead man lying further away. Sammy inserted. There the earth has crumbled a little and a grave has appeared. But it's not scary, it's ancient. And you can't even dig it up yet because you need some special permission. Clarissa was silent for a moment, and then she said, as if she were revealing a secret, the scary ones are werewolves. Mom, come on, Mildred couldn't take it anymore. It's all understandable, the movies, Twilight. Tell me about the vampires. But Clarissa was neither embarrassed nor angry, but said even sadly, it's not me. That's what the grown-ups say. Well, yes, I know that you have hunting grounds here, and at the edge of the forest, there is a banner saying that hunting is forbidden. Just imagine, one hunter says to another, let's go, maybe we'll get lucky today and kill a couple werewolves. Usami usually giggled at every occasion, but she didn't. Clarissa began to explain, it's a shame we don't have any tall houses here to climb up and see, except for the water tower, but it's locked, and you have to get in. If you look from up high, you can see a mountain behind the forest, and behind it, no one's been going there for a long time. At first, they wouldn't let us in. Just some men in uniform stood there and wouldn't let them in. They said there was some treasure hidden there. Sami was in a hurry to say, as if there was a treasure in the mountain itself, and then either the treasure ended. What do you mean, ran out? Clarissa's voice was irritated. Or it was found and taken away, or it never existed at all. The thing is, there's a place down there where werewolves live. That's where they keep people safe from them. Because they could attack like wolves. If someone alone or in pairs wandered into those parts, Mildred was tempted to give up. It was all right to lie, but don't lie too much. It's one thing when she talks about distant galaxies and aliens. It's clear fantasy. Fairy tales, that's also understandable. Things of bygone, you can even tickle your nerves. Imagine that on the eve of Ivan Cupola mermaids, lounging on the shore, bathing in the moonlight. But do not go to the forest because you don't even have ordinary wolves here, said Mildred. Why are you inventing some a for the first time in her memory? She felt that Clarissa was offended. She was the bravest of the three of them, not afraid to swim in the river, even though it had whirlpools and eddies. She could go into the garden at night, but here, apparently, her courage was at an end. Something prevented her from crossing the line, and Mildred's careless remark poked at the sore spot. Clarissa wanted to change the subject, but she couldn't. We can get closer, she said with a challenge. We can get to Red Lake, and then I'll show you the... Mildred wasn't going to go there, and she wasn't allowed to go any farther, and she knew from Clarissa's tone that it would be a long walk. It's no big deal. Come on, let's just look, and we won't get lost. It's concrete. When you're tired, turn back and that's it. If it's hot, you can go swimming in the lake. And of animals, the worst is if you meet a wild boar. Let's go. Clarice seemed to be on fire herself, me, characterized by her ability to soften sharp corners. Again, found an option. There's plenty of strawberries. We can take some Biden jars with us. I could either make it between breakfast and lunch or between lunch and dinner. Mildred thought, already giving up. Otherwise, grandmother would make me stay home for 3 days. But no matter what they thought, it was not possible to set out until the afternoon. This morning I was captain of the potato field, complained Mildred, and it's just endless. And every bush has to be looked under the tail, weed and perch. To mother on the boat, why do people need so many potatoes, eh? The girls only giggled. They took such labor for granted. At first the road seemed very beautiful to Mildred. She had never been here before, and everything fascinated her. There was the meadow drowned in flowers, the bridge over the river where she could linger and watch the flocks of fish scurrying under the water, and the unusually picturesque withered tree on the other side of the river, which looked like the figure of a huge witch from a distance. But at the end of the second hour of the journey, my legs were tired and my impressions lacked freshness. There was indeed a concrete track under my feet, long ago laid slabs, partly buried in the ground and overgrown with grass. The road turned and again rushed forward, and on the sides was the same forest. Hadn't we had enough? Mildred was the first to ask. We've got a long way to go. Let's just rest a little. Wait, there will be a lake now. Sammy reassured her. This is the last place where people from our village go fishing. Further, no. And why is it red? Mildred asked without much interest. She was too tired. Is there any special water here? Nope. There used to be a village nearby, and it was called so. Beautiful, I mean. But the lake is just an ordinary lake. And it's not very nice to swim here. Only in one place, but the shores are too boggy. Then they saw motorcycles at the edge of the road. A sign that the fishermen were really here. Let's go farther away, Clarissa suggested. They're fishing, and we'll swim. One of her grandmother's injunctions was not to swim in strange places. But it was so hot and they wanted to get into the cool water. When they came to the lake, a small lake lost in the woods. Clarissa raised her eyebrows. I haven't been here for a long time. I don't remember. Let's find this beach. Let's go. One to the left, one to the right along the shore. Mildred went to the left, not noticing that Sammy obediently stepped to the right, behind Clarissa. There were no paths here. Only the shore of the lake could serve as a landmark. Mildred walked and looked for the place where the shores were overgrown with reeds and where there would be sand. She knew from experience that here, in the silence, every sound traveled far. Either she would call the girls, or they would call her. Here, the coastal bushes parted. The shallow water opened, and the sand on the shore was white. Where? Cried Mildred. But there was absolute silence. No one answered her. That ringing silence, when it feels like you're alone in the world, it just couldn't be. Mildred knew she had not gone far. Well, 10 minutes, no more, as she wandered alone along the shore. At most, the girls had gone the same distance, but in the other direction. It's not that you can't shout to each other, you can hear each other call, but there are still fishermen. It could not be. So it was necessary to take control and calm down. And then when she and the girls would meet, all together they would laugh at the fact that the fearless girl from the city was so scared in the first minutes when she was left alone. Even impossible to get lost here. Even though there was no path, the lake shore was right there. You just had to face it. If she went to the left, she would have to go back to the right. That's all, so Mildred said to herself. But as she looked around the lake and its shore, she saw no sign that people were near. It was the same silence, the shores overgrown with reeds, and a sky that was beginning to frown. It looked like a thunderstorm was just walk, Mildred said to herself. Walk and think of nothing. And everything will end right now. If not on the girls, then on these men fishermen, I'll definitely come across. She walked on, but nothing, exactly nothing, was happening. Tired, scratched against branches and twigs, sweaty and bruised, Mildred was ready to cry. Finally, she realized that the impossible had happened. She was lost. Mildred tried to remember the map. Several times she and the girls had looked at the satellite map on her cell phone, figuring out what was around and where else to go. It looked like the forest stretched for many kilometers, but that was only if you stood. Again, facing the lake, and on all other sides there were villages quite close to each other. To reach at least the concrete road or the river, there is no fear there. The river will sooner or later lead to another village. If not today, then tomorrow. Mildred shuddered as she imagined spending the night alone in the forest. But if there was no way out, well, maybe she would have to. There are no large animals here, only wild boars. They don't eat people. It seems there are also vipers. He and the girls almost stepped on one. They were running to the river, and it was crawling across the road. It was like a trickle of black water. Vipers are not so poisonous that they can kill you. Nothing will happen to her, Mildred. If it's too scary, you can stay awake. Just sit somewhere and wait till dawn. The thing is, she was desperately scared right now. So much so that she didn't even think about how worried her grandmother would be and what panic her parents would feel when she told them. And grandmother would tell them. For now, Mildred feared only for herself. She decided to walk until dark, and then she would see. and perhaps she should have made as much noise as possible. It would scare away the forest predators, are there lynxes here or not, and maybe attract people's attention. But how to make noise? Shouting, perhaps singing would be better. Mildred coughed and sang, and almost immediately, she didn't even realize how it happened. It was as if the spasm that had been gripping her throat until now had finally released. Her voice changed, became rich, sonorous, ringing with silver notes. Never had she sung like that. If it had been a large concert hall instead of a vast forest, Mildred's voice would have filled every corner of it. She sang everything. The simple songs she had learned at school, in music class, and those she had heard on television. Her own voice encouraged her and supported her and even made her a little dizzy. And then he saw it. On a small hill overgrown with hazel trees sat a wolf and listened to her intently. There was no doubt in her mind that it was a wolf. It is not true that these predators are called gray, and they also say eyes smart like a man. No, Six was not gray, but multicolored, iridescent. There you have brown and silver and almost white, and the look. He wasn't just intelligent, he was wise. Beastly wisdom, much older than humans. It must have been a scout wolf, because they usually hunt in packs. Or families, like in Mowgli. For a moment, Mildred tried to remember everything she knew about wolves, and then realized it was useless. Despair gripped her. She didn't know how to climb trees. There was no other way to escape, but there was already a man standing next to the wolf. It was a young man, maybe a few years older than Mildred. The wolf was not a werewolf, had not taken on human form. The young man put his hand on its scruff and just stood there. Maybe Mildred should have been more frightened. A meeting in the woods with a stranger could have far more terrible consequences than a fleeting acquaintance with a predator. But the girl did not think about it. She was relieved. "Oh, what are you doing here?" The young man asked in surprise. "Looking," said Mildred. "I lost my..." He thought for a few moments, then nodded. "It happens here. Are you from..." Mildred heard the name of a familiar village and nodded. "You won't make it back tonight." He said, "Come. You'll spend the night at our place, and tomorrow I'll take you." "Who's your place?" Her fear was awake in her again, and the question gave it away. "We live nearby, our village. Come on, your mother will feed you." Until now, Mildred hadn't thought she was hungry. But now, and really did she have a choice? Only to trust this boy. He was about 15 or 16 years old by the looks of it. He would have been very handsome, blue-eyed, with correct features. The only thing that spoiled him was the scar across his lips. But his hair was good, golden, curly, in a lush cap. I guess he didn't like the barber shop. "Follow me," the young man said to Mildred, and so calmly went to the thicket as if the thought that he could get lost did not even cross his mind. Is it, wolf?" Mildred asked timidly. He turned around. "A couple of years ago, my father's dog ran away into the woods in the spring and apparently walked with a wolf. They wanted to drown the puppies, saying they wouldn't grow into anything good, only chickens. But I didn't let them. Now no dog can compare to him. A hunter's dream, a cerco. Don't worry, he won't hurt anyone unless I tell him to." Leader followed the boy, but she walked with all her might and could not adjust to his steps. They were too flying, and the new acquaintance felt something. He stopped, waited for Mildred, and took her hand. His palm was very stiff. "Oh, and why do you say that this happens here?" The girl asked. "It's a special place," he explained. "It has happened many times before. A man goes on his way, but he comes out in the place from which he started. Or he gets lost, and God knows where he comes out." Mildred thought that she would have nothing against going back to the place from which she had set out on this crazy journey. Her grandmother's house. "Why do you come here yourself?" she asked. "If it's so dangerous here." He turned around and grinned slightly with mangled lips. "And we are local. It doesn't touch us. We're well, to put it simply, the old believers. We have a different faith. That's why we live in a special way. It started with my great-grandfather that didn't quite understand what he was talking about. But she was much calmer now than before. She clung to the hand of her new acquaintance, and somehow it happened that now she was not afraid of the forest with all its predators and the approaching night. Even her legs seemed to have stopped whining. Only she was more and more hungry. Circo trudged ahead without looking back. "You sing well," said the young man. "I've never heard anyone sing like that before." "None of ours, only once on the radio. We can't have all that. TV, radio? I was in town with my grandfather. I heard it there by chance." "Oh, I've never heard it before." Madrid wanted to explain that she'd never thought she had any ability before. And she wasn't very good at music lessons. But then the forest parted and the new acquaintance. Here we are. Mildred thought it was a movie. It was a tiny village, maybe a dozen or so houses, all log houses, none of them stone. There were such houses where her grandmother lived too, but many of them were abandoned, with empty windows. The villagers dismantled the abandoned huts and sometimes even burned them. Here there was not a single abandoned house. It was obvious that everyone was taken, and her new acquaintance hadn't lied to her, hadn't led her to a remote place. People lived here. The grandfather, thin, gray-bearded but sturdy, called out to them in surprise. "My, Vince, who have you brought?" "The girl has lost her way." The young man raised his voice. "I'll take her home tomorrow." He turned to his companion. What's your name?" "Mildred." Vincent had only one mother. His father died last year. The mother, a burly woman with a pleasant, good-natured face, was even more amazed when she saw Mildred. "Lord, so little and so far gone." "Well, where have you gone from home, my dear?" "She didn't go that far," Vincent explained. "She was just at the lake with her friends." Her mother was silent and nodded understandingly. She fed Mildred, and Mildred thought she had never had such delicious borscht, and the porridge with mushrooms was good too. And the tea, strange in Mildred's mind, was not even tea at all but just brewed herbs and honey, the like of which she had never tasted before, green as an emerald. With this kind woman by her side, Mildred became quite calm. "Aunt Grace," as the owner introduced herself, then lamented that Mildred's relatives must be going crazy. The child was missing, then asked the girl not to make such distant trips or just stroked her head. "As soon as it's dawn, Vince will take you back," Aunt Grace reassured her. "I feel sorry for your grandmother today. What a night it will be for her." "Maybe she'll realize I've come to see you," Mildred suggested. "It's been a long time since anyone's been here. I think people have forgotten we live here. Either we are here or we are not." Mildred remembered her friends telling her legends about werewolves, which, of course, didn't exist. Maybe the memory that there were humans in the forest had become distorted and had given rise to these stories. "Don't tell anyone about us either," Aunt Grace said, "or the curious will start coming here, and we don't want them to." She made Mildred's bed in a separate corner behind the stove. She showed her where to wash up and brought her nightgown. Don't you ever go anywhere from here." Mildred's eyes were drooping, but curiosity still got the better of her. The girl thought that even this bed, on which she was now settled, an iron bed with a frame net, not here, in this remote village made? Why? Our men come. They bring it to us when we need something. But they rarely come out. Journalists came here. It happened. Someone tipped them off. But for us, this fame is worse than a bitter radish. Leave us to live with God alone." Aunt Grace said something else, but Mildred was almost asleep. Still, she heard people still knocking at the hut. They came asking about the girl, that is, about her. Apparently, the appearance of the little guest was a big event. It seemed to Mildred that Aunt Grace touched her shoulder as soon as she closed her eyes. "It's dawning," she said. "Come on, it's time to go home." Vince was already waiting for her, sitting at the table. Aunt Grace fed them both, poured a large mug of milk, and cut some bread. Mildred thought of the few times she and her grandmother had sat like this, by candlelight, when the power went out in the village. Not only her legs, but her whole body ached from yesterday's walk, and Mildred was preparing herself for a long walk today. "Maybe all day," Zian said. "Are you eating well?" Aunt Grace asked. "It's kind of the first time I've tried it." Mildred tried to sing something and was amazed. She didn't have any special voice. I mean, just her usual squeaky voice, the kind of voice that made the music teacher wave his hand hopelessly. No sooner had Mildred thought she must be in a bad way than Aunt Grace said, "It happens. So it's a gift from above, but not forever. But at times like this," which she put her arm around Mildred and crossed her. "Well, go child, go children." That was the end of the village for her. There was no reprimand, only the tears of her mother and grandmother. Her father, who had turned black and gray that night, as if he had suffered a serious illness, and the triumph of those who were part of the search party, because they had found the girl alive, and in such a short time, Mildred was not even allowed to talk to her friends. Clarissa and Sammy looked at her guiltily from behind other people's backs, made some signs, but Mildred never managed to tell them what had happened to her. In fact, she told no one the truth. Somehow it happened that she got lost. She knew that the forests were vast. She thought she would never get out, but luckily she heard the voices of the rescuers. At night in the forest was very scary. It's good that summer nights are that's all anyone who tried to question her learned from her. A day later, Mildred was taken to town. Her frivolous mother had certainly grown up during that terrible 24 hours. She took a vacation, and until the 1st of September she never left her daughter's side, except to hold her hand. God showed me what could happen, the unbelieving mother repeated. Thank God everything was all right. Then school started. It was good that it was literally in the yard. Otherwise, probably, Mom would have quit to take her daughter to classes and to meet her when the lessons are over. School and English class? That was it. Mildred was not allowed to go anywhere else alone. She was allowed to bring her friends, as many as she wanted and whenever she wanted, to surf the internet even 24 hours a day, to listen to music without headphones, but only at home. Her parents took her out on weekends. Mildred didn't remember that before they went somewhere like this, the whole family, to the movies or the water park, out of town for a picnic or to a big shopping mall. The three of them went on vacation together now. And for the remaining 2 summer months, Mildred was sent to camp, where the teachers kept an eye on their charges and counted them by their heads. All this ended when Mildred graduated from high school and entered the institute. She liked English, she wanted to study the language, and she could not imagine any other way for herself. Her parents had to realize that the former control over her was the girl was preparing for exhausting explanations with her mother, for attempts to appeal to reason, but something happened that she hadn't expected. Her father had left the family. It was so trivial. He met a young woman, almost the same age as his daughter, and the sober, punctual, ultra-responsible father who had been the captain of their family ship all these years had abandoned the vessel to the waves. Mildred expected it to be a terrible blow to her mother. She would become depressed, perhaps even go into bed, but she could not suppose that her mother, determined to prove everything to everybody, would marry within a year. Her father had left the apartment to his ex-wife and daughter. Her mother's new boyfriend had moved in with them, and Mildred felt superfluous. She liked studying very much. She was one of the best in the course. She realized at the time of studenthood, this is a prolonged childhood. Still, she dreamed of the time when she would start working, and immediately, on her first paycheck, she would rent an apartment, even the smallest, simplest. But from that day on, her own life would begin as she saw it. However, even here, everything did not go according to Mildred's scenario. First of all, she saw herself as a translator of fiction, but she couldn't find such a place. But where she was willingly taken, it is in school. A teacher of English. The constant staff turnover in pedagogy led to the fact that the director met a girl with no experience almost with open arms. But Mildred only lasted 6 months. As a subject teacher, she was good. The boys could learn a lot from her. But when it came to discipline, she couldn't bring the students to order. They could do anything but English in class. Crouched down. The boys ran between the rows, did their math homework, ate the ice cream they raced to the kiosk for at recess, and talked to each other without lowering their voices. When Mildred returned home, her head was buzzing and tears came to her eyes from her own helplessness. Her salary was so small that it was clear that if she rented an apartment, she would have to starve because she had no strength for a part-time job. So when Mildred saw the ad, she thought she was dreaming. A well-to-do family was looking for an English teacher for a boy of 10. Living in the countryside, of course, housing was provided, decent conditions, including food. The ad was already 3 days old, and Mildred had no doubt she was late. Still, she sent an email since the advertiser preferred messages rather than calls. Beard wasn't hoping for anything. She had almost no seniority, and she didn't give the impression of being too serious. A short, thin girl of 24, painfully shy and insecure. She was all the more startled when the bell rang and a man's voice invited her to go for an interview. Mildred squeaked. "Oh, why should she? You can start work and then we'll see." "No, just like that. You don't know anything about me." "Darling, these days, thanks to the internet, you can find out a lot about a person. So you're welcome to come, unless you've changed your mind." Mildred's new master. How strange it was to hear the word master, probably employer was better, was called Aaron Jaeger. For the first time, the girl decided to go without her things, and without saying anything at home. She felt that her mother would awaken her old fears, and she would not let her go. Mildred herself would hardly have found this place if it hadn't been for the cab driver with his navigator. And he'd never been here before. Winter forest, narrow road. It was not far from the village where Mildred used to spend her summers, but up. "Wow," said the cab driver when they finally reached the village. "They've built a real castle." It was a very beautiful house, not unlike the mansions of the new Russians. They seemed to boast of their wealth, no matter that taste was often sacrificed. This house, on the other hand, looked as if it had stepped out of the pages of a fairy tale about the Middle Ages. It wasn't that big, but it breathed harmony. Everything was in place. The turrets, the stained glass windows, the small balconies, no bigger than swallows' nests. And even the fence, which resembled metal lace topped with sharp peaks. "Wait for me, please," said Mildred to the taxi driver. I won't be long, I guess. I can't get out of here alone." "Wait, I'll pay." She was sure that, having seen her with her own eyes, Aaron Lovovich would, of course, refuse her immediately. And she also had no doubt that in such a large house there were, of course, servants. Probably these women were better dressed than herself, and they would look at her with contempt. She was opened by an elderly man with an unassuming, unrecognizable face. "Oh, I know," he said. When Mildred tried to explain who she was, "You are expected. Come along." Inside, everything was decorated in the same old-fashioned way. She wanted to go up the stairs to see what the castle was like on the upper floors. But she was led down a hall, and a servant opened a heavy oak door. It was a study, with bookshelves to the ceiling, a massive desk on which, however, stood something very far from antique, a laptop computer. And then a man rose from behind the desk, and Mildred forgot all about it. "Why, he looks like a young devil," flashed through her mind. If devils can be young, devilish character or not. There was something of Mephistopheles about him, very tall and very thin, all angular of some sort. The man greeted them with a lush black hair curled in fine, chemical curls, jagged, expressive eyebrows, and light green eyes so bright it was as if he wore lenses, a black suit, and a smile from ear to ear. Aaron Jaeger was good-looking, but it was the beauty of an engraving. No softness, just sharp edges. Here you are," he said. "I'm glad." He shook both of Mildred's hands and seemed slow to release them. The servant was no longer in the study. I wanted to talk about work," she reminded him hurriedly, trying to make the awkward situation end sooner. He released her hands at last, but kept smiling. "I'll introduce you to the boy now. Have I already told you that he is ill?" "No, cerebral palsy, as they say." "Cerebral palsy. His ex-wife left him to me, and I didn't want Vivian to suffer in an institution. So he'll get everything he needs at home." "Does he have other teachers?" Mildred felt the ground beneath her feet, and Jaeger shook his head. "One at a time. I don't want to overload him. The boy is weak, you'll see. Last year he took literature, this year English, and so on. Come on, I'll show you around, including your room. They're waiting for me." Mildred did not say that it was only a cab. She wanted to leave herself an escape route. "I have to come back today to get my things." Aaron Jaeger raised his eyebrow. "Good. Let it be just a short tour then. I'll show you the apprentice first." That's when they finally climbed the stairs. And Mildred thought that Aaron Jaeger could easily walk 3 steps. "Please," the master opened the door for her, as the servant had done before. Mildred thought at first that there was no one in the spacious, bright room. An invalid's chair by the table, with its back to the door. Then she caught sight of a pale. Aaron Jaeger turned the chair around in one graceful, dancing movement, and Mildred saw a boy who was not even 10, but 7 years old. Round, ugly glasses, a pale, almost transparent face, and a detached look. The child looked through Mildred and did not react when Aaron Jaeger noisily introduced him to the girl and her to her future pupil. True, the boy nodded politely so that hardly anyone could reproach him for anything. but Mildred had to take the initiative. "Oh, do you want to study English?" She asked the boy affectionately, putting her hand on his shoulder, and she felt that sharp shoulder shudder under his hand. And again, that indifferent, polite nod. "I can say English, or Chinese, or Synchrofasatron, and of course I can't help showing you to your room." Aaron Jaeger walked in front of her, back to front, still smiling with his 32 teeth. Please. Never had Mildred thought she would be living in a tower. In a small, almost circular room, where all day long the sun went from one window to another, and at night, the same route was taken by the monk. The bed, even from afar, seemed soft and very comfortable, and how glorious it would be to read in that ancient armchair, sitting by the window. Well, no one will disturb you here. Aaron Jaeger was glad as a boy when Mildred said she would move in tomorrow. In fact, for minutes he seemed younger than his little son. At any rate, there was much more emotion and spontaneity in him. Mildred kept her word. When she returned home, she had been packing all evening. The distances were quite long, and if she had forgotten something, it would not be easy to drive to get it. Then she called her mom and told her she had started a new job. She'd be living in the country. And now, if they decided to meet, they would have to make arrangements in advance. Mom, with her usual curiosity, tried to find out all the details, but Mildred could not tell her much yet. A sick boy, small, sweet, whom she would teach. A salary far above what she had gotten at her old. Is this boy's father married? Mom asked, hitting the mark, as always. You registers. So if the man is nice and rich, don't waste your time. Try to glue him together, her mother advised, completely ignoring the fact that Mildred had no experience in gluing. As she fell asleep, she thought about how to show herself at the new place with the best side and what methodology to teach English to the boy, whose strength seems to be enough only to live a little. In the first few weeks of work, Mildred was still surprised at Vivian's behavior. He seemed to regard lessons as an unpleasant chore that could not be avoided. He had no special aptitude for language, but he studied faithfully everything Mildred assigned him. And if he had been an ordinary schoolboy, he would have earned a solid B. He did not try to distract the teacher. Didn't make small talk with her. He answered the questions asked, and that was all. Sometimes Mildred herself, on her own initiative, tried to ask him about his father, about his mother, but received meager one-word answers. The boy did not seem to long for his mother, though she had left the family not long ago. Nor did he seem to be happy about his father, though Aaron Jaeger dropped by a couple of times during classes. And all the furnishings around spoke of how he spoiled his son. Expensive furniture, specially adapted for the disabled, toys that Mildred had never seen in stores. Probably they were sent from abroad, but Vivian was completely indifferent to these luxuries. Not once did Mildred catch him playing. The same could not be said of his father. Indifference did not apply to Aaron Jaeger. He was a lump of energy and emotion. At first, Mildred thought that in his house she would fall into the category of servants, but the owner behaved with her more like a guest. They dined and dined together, with a large dining room, and Aaron Jaeger always entertained Mildred, most often with stories of his travels. He had traveled all over the world, paying particular attention to Southeast Asia with its exotic tradition, and he was an excellent storyteller. A real artist. Mildred tried to talk to Vivian, to ask him about his travels, but the boy only shrugged his shoulder. He doesn't take me anywhere. Vivian rarely even said the word father. Mildred was getting more and more accustomed to Aaron Jaeger and looked forward to meeting him at the table. They all ate breakfast separately. More often than not, Mildred came down to the kitchen while Pete, the servant who had opened the door for her, was gathering breakfast for the boy on a tray. It was always the same: a mug of oatmeal on a white plate, an egg in a special silver shot glass, and apple juice. Mildred poured herself a strong cup of coffee, took a cookie from the vase, and went back up to her tower to enjoy it all. And her room, well, pure Middle Ages, like in a museum. And the first rays of sunlight that lay on the floorboards, and the boundless forest that stretched around the castle, and excellent coffee, which not only made her heart beat faster, but seemed to grow wings behind her back. Then Mildred tutored the boy. She showed him cartoons or simple children's movies in English, translating them briefly, and trying to make him understand the characters. Often by lunchtime, Aaron Jaeger was free, and sometimes Mildred did not even notice that she was eating, engrossed in conversation with him. It had been a long time since she had felt that another person was so interested in her, unless it had been her parents when she was a child. But that had been different, and more often in the evening, Aaron Jaeger would ask her out. It meant that they would go by car far away, to the city. Mildred had never been to those famous restaurants before. What was the point of going there alone? And it was very expensive. Had never sat in the best seats in the theater. She realized that the master should not have such relations with his son's teacher, that Aaron Jaeger was openly courting her, and consoled herself with her mother's admonition, "Don't be a fool, glue him together." It seemed to be the first time she'd ever done it, and Mildred was getting uncomfortable with Vivian. Perhaps the boy would have to explain sooner or later that she and his father had a special relationship. Somehow he would react to that. Mildred had dreamt of the young man who lived in the woods from time to time. She had never been so at ease with anyone as with him, as if nothing bad could happen to her in his presence. Now Vince came to her in her dreams less and less often compared to Aaron Jaeger. Everyone else seemed surprisingly bland. It would be boring to be around them. When Aaron Jaeger proposed to her, Mildred had thought she had said yes to him a long time ago. As it turned out, it was her turn to be the first to tell Vivian, as well as the fact that after the wedding, a very modest family affair, they would go on a trip. The two of them, of course, Aaron had told her yesterday. Perhaps he thought the boy's presence would be a burden to her. Mildred worried how Vivian would take it, but the boy only fluttered his long eyelashes. He averted his eyes immediately, as if he didn't want the teacher to read anything in his gaze. He remained silent for a moment, and then said, quite unexpectedly, to her, Has he shown you his collection yet?" Mildred was so surprised that Vivian had spoken to her on his own initiative that the meaning of the phrase came to her a little later. "Oh, collection? No, what are you talking about?" He jerked his chin, showing that he did not want to continue the conversation on this subject, and began to read the English words again, clearly, audibly, but without any expression, purely mechanically. It seemed that the foreign language was still as foreign to him as ever. In spite of Mildred's best efforts, neither Aaron Jaeger nor his chosen one wanted to organize anything like a modern wedding, with a restaurant, guests, and forgive me, a toastmaster. Mildred even informed her parents that she was married after the fact. As a wedding present, Aaron gave her a very beautiful lace dress, which, as Mildred suspected, was unthinkably expensive. They were married at the registry office in the presence of a couple of his friends, whom Mildred saw for the first time that day. One of these friends drove the newlyweds to the airport. They spent 2 weeks in the Seychelles, and Mildred, who had never traveled abroad until then, was utterly enchanted. And the islands, some of which remained uninhabited, and the friendliness of the locals, with whom she easily found a common language, and the cuisine. She had never tasted such outlandish dishes, and what to say? Her love, as she thought that for the first time in her life really loved. One thing that surprised her was that in these 2 weeks, Aaron had never once thought of her son. Mildred herself thought of the boy much more often. She browsed the local stores for souvenirs that might appeal to Vivian. She worried about whether Pete was taking good care of him, whether the servant would know what to do if the boy got worse. She even called Vivian, surprising her husband. But when she heard the boy's calm, polite, and cold tone, just as she always did, she called herself a fool and abandoned thoughts of her ward for the time being. She didn't want to go back terribly. It was as if there had been one life perfectly fairy tale-like on the islands, and the other seemed like a dream. Did crowded cities and cold weather still exist? The departure seemed to Mildred like the expulsion of Adam and Eve from paradise. She was comforted by the fact that the castle was now her home, and that in a sense the prose of her days was. When they returned, Mildred carried a huge bag of presents to Vivian. She really missed the boy. She wanted to hug him, ruffle his hair, and she told herself it was a good thing the child was becoming her own. But the boy didn't seem to have any intention of changing his attitude toward her. He thanked Mildred politely, but was in no hurry to get the boxes and bags. It was like he didn't care. "Oh, are you feeling all right?" he asked anxiously. It seemed to her that the child had lost even more weight and turned pale, and she decided to tell Aaron Something should be thought of for Vivian as well. Maybe some kind of sanatorium, even in another country. For that matter, I'd have to find out. There must be some. Like summer camps, but for kids with special needs. You can't raise a boy so he can't socialize with his peers. But that evening, just as she was about to start this conversation, her husband turned to her. "I would like to show you something very dear to me." And Mildred was frankly surprised. She thought she had seen everything in the castle already. And at the same time, she involuntarily remembered Vivian's phrase. "Has he shown you his collection before?" "What?" she asked with a smile. "Let's go." He took her hand and lifted her from the table in one strong movement, and drew her after him with the eagerness of a child who wants to show her something, the most beautiful thing in his opinion. They walked to the wing of the castle where Mildred had hitherto been least often seen, but the smile still remained on her lips. She was preparing herself for anything. A collection, but what could he collect? Such an unusual man. He'd do it, maybe gems or even meteorites, wine, shells, anything. This corridor seemed quite short, and there was only one door in it. This time Aaron didn't bother to let it go through. He unlocked the lock, stepped into the room first, turned on the light, and only then said to Mildred, "Come in." It took her a moment to realize what she was seeing. When she did not rush away because her feet were stuck to the floor. At first she thought the room had glass walls. But no, they were terrariums, floor to ceiling, standing side by side. And they were all brightly lit now, and inside, it didn't even seem like the spawn of nightmares. She'd never had such terrible dreams. Huge spiders of all colors lived their lives here. The movements of their legs so fast, so elusive. Black, glossy, shiny, with patterns on their backs, and spiders whose legs were like bones stripped of flesh, and furry monsters that seemed, but it was impossible, to stare right at her. And snakes too, of all colors and sizes in such close proximity that the sheen of their scales hypnotized Mildred. Even a cobra seemed to be there, just a hand's reach away, and some other insects too. Strange ones she'd never seen before. Aaron's smile would have outshone the sun if he hadn't looked like one of his pets. That huge spider. She'd never thought of such a comparison before. "I have the most dangerous creatures on the planet here," he informed her, glowering and not noticing that Mildred was paralyzed with terror. He continued almost enthusiastically. Yes, the cobra, the king cobra. After its bite without antidote, 60% of people die. It can even kill an elephant. And this one's even better. Look how good Tipan McCoy is. It'll offer a whole cocktail of paralysis and death. There's no more poisonous creature. Spiders, now that's just the Black Widow. Its bite is not to be feared except for children and the elderly. For them, it can be fatal. Another thing is the traveler spider. That's the one that'll give you paralysis, and this one's a real cutie. You can hold it in your hands. And grabbed a huge spider covered in bright blue hairs out of the terrarium. The last thing Mildred thought before consciousness left her was, "I want to die before this thing touches." Mildred didn't think she could cry so much. Desperate sobs are like a thunderstorm. They come and they pass. And she sat there, trying to breathe inaudibly, not to sob, and the tears kept pouring. She could only cry. What else could she do? Now the scandal she had tried to make seemed ridiculous to her. She had never been able to swear before, and now she tried it. To her misfortune, "I can't live with these things in the same house," she said to her husband, letting him know it was a final ultimatum. And he just smiled at her like a child. "You see how far away they are, how securely locked up. You won't see them again if you don't want to. And I've never had much luck in my life. I've never met a woman who wasn't afraid of spiders. It's not because you locked them up tight. It's that gun that hangs on the wall that's bound to go off someday, once every 100 years, but you forget to lock the door and someone will escape. That's no more likely than one of us getting killed by lightning." But Mildred, who had never fainted before in her life, could not forget what she had seen. Those countless moving paws whose movements she could not foresee. Those cold, fixed eyes, those rustles. "I can't live here," she said, more convinced of this than of anything else in the world. "Either move your collection to some other place, or I'll leave here." "But my dear, that's impossible," he said curtly, and at the same time with a force that did not yield to her protest. Mildred did not even bother to ask why. One thing she realized was that he valued his collection as much as, and probably more than, she did. Then I'll call my father and ask him to pick me up. Mildred mentioned her father unconsciously. At that moment, it seemed to her that she had no other people left but her parents. And wouldn't she ask her mother? She seldom disturbed her father, but now it was worthwhile. He would be able to talk to her husband, man to man. I'll call, she repeated, and only smiled radiantly. But he thought she saw a cold, sparkling madness in his. The phone was out of place. Not in her purse, not under the pillow where she'd put it at night, not in the bathroom. Mildred searched the whole room, realizing more and more clearly that she would never find it. She wanted to talk to her husband immediately, but she was afraid to look for him. What if she saw the door to the east wing ajar? What if he came out of there with one of his favorite pets in his arm? He must be of the same blood as them, and not afraid to take them in his arms. The rage that was flooding her soul was looking for an outlet. So a woman who hates the drunkenness of her husband, once again seeing him in a hangover, ready to attack him. But she said, wait, now it is useless to talk to him. When he sobers, and Mildred now wanted to say that she would not stay here a minute, that she herself will file for divorce. But the silence in the house told, wait till he comes to you himself. She walked up and down the stairs and down the hallways until at last she saw her husband in the study. You would have thought he had been working on his laptop for a long time. He seemed completely absorbed in what he was writing, but Mildred knew he hadn't been here a quarter of an hour ago. Where's my cell phone? She asked from the doorway. Don't tell me you didn't take it. Suddenly he chuckled, as if he were playing an extremely funny joke, a practical joke. He giggled and couldn't stop, and she suddenly realized how dependent she was on him. That's okay if need be. She'll walk away. Aaron could barely get it out. Buzzling has your phone. He decided to call too. Who has it? She was stunned. Moomslang. That's the snake I brought back from the Seychelles. You didn't even notice. And no one noticed even on the airplane. Oh, there are ways. You can't imagine how beautiful it is. It's got these big green eyes that no human being can match, and she's so sly. All the locals know, and I know, that its poison is deadly. Only 3 milligrams is enough. There was no escape from this snake before, and the antidote is only now available. But this sly one, my husband was choking with laughter. It can grab you with a dry bite. That is, just prick you with its teeth, without injecting me. DUNU a rush, go crazy. Demand serum and blood transfusion, although you really nothing threatening. Conversely, if the snake bites for real, it could be hours before you feel symptoms. Your blood vessels will already be destroyed, and then stroke and death. Also, God forbid you mistake a baby boomslang for a juvenile. The former is harmless, whereas the latter, boom, and that's it. He will guard your cell phone very well, I assure you, and you won't. Try to take it away. That sly little thing is so possessive. What falls to her is gone. Put her hands over her ears. It seemed to her that she would go mad at the mere sound of that voice, in which there was no human intonation left, only to leave immediately, even if she didn't take anything with her to run or to crawl, but to leave. But Aaron had not finished his game yet. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something. First, he showed a clenched fist. Then he opened it. In the palm of his hand was and the door is locked. He almost sang out, enjoying the fact that everything had succeeded. But Mildred began. And you mustn't spite me, he said, suddenly serious, or I'm afraid one of my pets will bite you. And then you'll be hovering around me like a bird to get me to give you the cure. I'd rather die, Mildred promised. Did she think that the only person she would be able to talk to here would be the little boy who had been so annoyed by her presence? When she came to Vivian and sat down in a chair beside him, utterly murdered, crying, and not even trying to make conversation about English, the boy was drawing. For a minute, they were both silent. Then he said, without turning his head, I see, he showed you his collection. How do you live here? Mildred asked suddenly to herself. I don't know how I can sleep in this house now. I'll feel as if someone were climbing on the blanket, getting close to my face. Vivian colored in his drawing of the sky, pressing hard on the blue crayon. You'll get used to it, he said at last. Judy Seabury shook her head. which obviously meant no, no. Then she asked, "Aren't you afraid of them at all? Look at my door." It was the first time she'd noticed this self-evidently internet detail. It was only when she looked more closely that she noticed that the door, together with the jamb, represented something special. Mildred went over and closed it. "All right." And there was a threshold on the floor. Not even a How did he agree to put one of those in for you? She pondered aloud, not realizing that she was calling her husband he as if he were a stranger. It's just that he knows that if he wants to, he'll bring anyone here himself. Outwardly, Vivian's voice remained as calm. Does he take them in his hands? He has these gloves, like metal gloves, like some kind of flexible alloy. I don't know, elbow high. And yeah, he takes them. Why? Mildred could barely say it, too scared to know the answer. Vivian looked up at her. He loves them, it seems. But if he wants to punish someone, he'll introduce that person to his friends more closely. You won't die. He has antidotes for all the bites. The most important thing is not to show you're scared. I was scared at first, but then I don't care anymore. It happens though that you suffer for a while. You get a headache and it makes you sick. My God, how can you do this to me? My own son. He's not my father, Vivian said, without any emotion. I don't know how many times he married. But my mom, it was, well, a woman with a child. And where is she now? The boy shrugged. He told me my mom didn't like it here, and she really wanted to leave. He let her go, but he left me to make sure she didn't blab about the whole thing anywhere. See how well she listened to me. He said she never came after you. But I don't think my mom would have left me. So I don't know if she's alive or not. Why did he leave me? He doesn't have kids. Maybe he wants an heir, at least one like me. Or maybe I'm just a lab rat, or maybe he just wanted to invite his next victim. You were hired for me. Mildred cried until late that night, and she didn't know where to spend the night. Now she could not set foot in her luxurious bedroom unless she made a great effort. Not that she was afraid her husband would come to her, cradling some deadly snake as gently as a child. She had already associated him herself with one of the exhibits in his collection. The scariest exhibit of all, she wanted more than anything to lie in the same room as Vivian, at least on the doorstep, but she knew that wasn't an option. For one thing, her husband had keys to all the doors. He could open any of them. Secondly, he could punish the boy for being too frank. What did Vivian want? As it was, the lad was barely warm. In the end, she lay down at her place, wrapped herself in a blanket with her head wrapped up, and pretended to be asleep. The blanket was so thick that it might not be bitten. It was better to be stuffy. Mildred heard her husband come in and settle himself at the other end of the bed. She lay holding her breath until he fell asleep. But then she couldn't sleep either. She pondered her escape options. It was clear the front door was locked. The bars on the windows had not pleased her at first, but her husband had told her, "Darling, there have been cases of thieves breaking into the house before. Nothing serious, just some scum who just want to take the first thing they see and drink it or trade it for dope. Besides, I'm away a lot, and if I put an alarm system on, they'll be here before they react. Believe me, you'll soon stop noticing those bars." She did. But now the castle was finally starting to feel like a prison. The only thing she realized was that it was useless to make scandals and demand something from this madman. Most likely, he would decide to punish her, and she wouldn't stand for it. She just won't, that's all. She shuddered at the thought of what she might be threatened with. "Vivian," she asked the boy the next day, "have you tried running away from here?" He wheeled around in his wheelchair in front of her, back and forth a little, but it was enough for her to realize what a fool she was. "And if you do succeed," he said, "he'll destroy me first. He's afraid you'll bring the police here. They'll find me." "But have you even thought about it?" she asked, almost desperately. Vivian was silent. Later, Mildred realized that he was considering whether to reveal to her the plan he had been hatching, which was his only hope of salvation. A plan he couldn't carry out without help. Vivian looked at Mildred with the eyes of an old man and felt sorry for her. "There's a back door," he said, "but only Pete uses it. Because that door opens and there's a bridge and a river. Pete likes to fish, but he's only got an inflatable boat. But you can't get to the oars. The boat's over there on the dock, and he's got the oars. That's okay. The river has a fast current. It'll carry him far without oars. And by the time they grab him, They say there are people downstream. Someone will notice. I don't know how to get there from here. Only to move the horses. He won't reach us in the next world. Oh, shall we try it? Mildred asked in a low voice. Now she was ready to overestimate her husband, and to think that in every corner of the castle they were being watched and overheard. Vivian looked past her into the window, which was barred by a grate. Mildred suddenly realized how small and weak he was. Take his hand. There is almost no strength in it. And yet he had not yet given up hope of outwitting this madman. And Mildred also knew now that she could not leave here alone, and might have thought her resigned, just withdrawn. Her wife no longer objected to him, nor did she even speak to him herself, only answered his questions, and she avoided his company at all costs. Now he often found her with a book or needlework in the farthest corner of the house, where she sat until she had to give lessons to Vivian, or sit at the table, or take her place in the bedroom. He couldn't imagine how monstrous his touch was to her now. Or perhaps on the contrary, he imagined it and enjoyed it. So blissful was he in showing others his pets and reading the horror and disgust on their faces. Mildred sometimes thought with bitter humor that maybe karma would work, and Aaron's next wife would be a female herpetologist who would deal with his deadly menagerie and she also knew that the hour of escape was approaching, and that she and the boy would have only one chance to get out of here free. Only 2 days left, she thought. But from the very beginning, things did not go as she had envisioned. Pete really was a fishing enthusiast. Perhaps there was no other entertainment for him here. There was plenty of work to do, and Aaron Jaeger didn't want any other servants. Only a few times a year, the workers came to tidy up the garden and clean the house. Everywhere except that very wing, there were only 2 keys to the door to the little underworld, as Mildred had dubbed it, the master and his servant. They could not fall into any other hands. Still, in summer, almost every day, and in winter, when there was no frost, Pete went to the river to meditate for an hour or 2 with a fishing rod. Not once did any fish he caught appear on the table, and there was nothing worthy of attention in the little river for small fish, cat's delight. Now Mildred kept her eyes on the servant, and was convinced that Vivian had indeed pointed out to her the only way of escape. The main entrance was clearly visible from any window, and the gate was locked, and the fence, topped with metal spikes, wasn't much of an escape route. The kitchen was another matter. Apparently, it never occurred to any of the unwilling prisoners of the castle to get to this semi-cellar and then unlock the inconspicuous door and climb up the ladder. There was almost no shore on this side, but there was a boardwalk, and the inflatable boat was always waiting for its owner. Mildred knew that on the last day of the month, Pete got a day off. He would leave for town late the night before and return 24 hours later. Who he was visiting, who was waiting for him. So unsociable, so self-absorbed, God only knew. So an escape could only be planned for that time. Pete didn't lock the kitchen and left the food he had prepared for the owners in the refrigerator. It was Mildred's job to do the housekeeping. There were times when she stayed up until nearly midnight washing dishes and putting things in order. When she came back upstairs, her husband was asleep. If things had gone on as before, Mildred and Vivian would have escaped. They wouldn't have been searched for until morning. What search at night? They'd be long gone by then. "Oh, can you come downstairs?" Mildred asked the boy. "Can you get to the kitchen?" "Oh, if I'd known it was going to burn out, I'd have crawled down on my hands and knees," said the boy. To keep the noise down, Mildred thought, or maybe it would be better if I came up behind you and carried you in my arms. You're light, and if all of a sudden, say you wanted to sit with me in the kitchen while I clean up, chat, drink tea. Vivian sighed so heavily that his breath was more like a spasm. On the evening of the evening in question, it looked as if his fate would be decided, whether he lived or not, and he knew it. For the remaining couple of days, Mildred lived with bated breath. She made no objection to her husband and behaved like a mute shadow. Only once did her eyes show confusion. When setting the table, Pete wondered whether he should take a day off this time. "Oh, well, I'll go," he finally decided. "My friend's been asking me to visit him for a long time." This meant that tomorrow Mildred would take Pete's place. And she turned to her husband with the most innocent voice. "Perhaps you would like me to prepare something special," and made a sign with his hand that it was not worth the trouble. He had no doubt that the servant had made sure that the dishes were ready long ago and were just waiting to be served. Pete glanced at his watch. "It would be good for me to leave early today." he said anxiously. "The weather is getting worse." Mildred tried to give her voice a careless tone. "I'll clean and wash everything myself." And in confirmation of her words, she began to collect dirty plates in a few minutes. She caught her husband's attentive gaze and shrugged her shoulders. After Pete left, Mildred spent a long time in the kitchen looking for new jobs. She was scrubbing the spotlessly clean stove for the 10th time or rearranging the jars and boxes in the cupboard. And looked in, and she told him, "I've got a lot more to do here. Lie down, don't wait for me." She herself decided to go after Vivian after midnight, because at that time her husband was already asleep. But what a bad night it had been. Even here in the kitchen, through the thick walls and double frames, she could hear the rain pounding outside. Then Mildred thought with horror that the boat might not be there. What owner would leave it on the shore in such bad weather? The venture seemed to her quite mad. What if she went out now and looked? There was a door. The door to the outside might be locked. Mildred felt a chill. She was not a burglar. She could not open the lock with a stiletto, and it was unlikely to be broken. Everything was so securely made here. But the lock yielded obediently when she grasped it. But what was happening outside? It was raining. Mildred ducked and ran to the dock and caught her breath when she saw the boat hidden under the shade.
Yet even escape was half the battle. Would she and the boy, who almost 100% likely couldn't swim, get to the nearest place where people lived? "I don't care," Mildred said to herself. "If not to the village, at least to the shore. I'll carry him on my hands from here."
She came back, wet as a mouse, and heard her husband's voice. "Please, finish up. It's late." "Oh, don't wait for me." "Finish it," he repeated with pressure. "God, where did you get so wet?" He was already on the threshold, and Mildred had no choice but to make frantic excuses. "I love a big thunderstorm. I couldn't resist. I wanted to have a look." He only shook his head and, taking her hand, led her into the bedroom. Mildred consoled herself with the fact that she had not made him so angry that he had resorted to punishment. And then she lay in bed beside him, listening to the big clock chiming softly, measuring half an hour, an hour. It was now the second hour of the night, and the storm seemed to be subsiding. Mildred knew that Vivian was waiting for her. He had not gone to bed. They had agreed, waiting, and he didn't know what was wrong, why she wasn't coming. Several times Mildred tried to get up, but her husband held her arm unconsciously in her sleep, and she was afraid to pull harder to wake him. It was already beginning to get light when she managed to get out of the bedroom. She moved as silently as a spirit. As she was in her nightgown, she flew upstairs, grabbed the sleepy boy in her arms, and started downstairs. Sneaking almost without breathing, she reached the kitchen, opened the door. The rain was almost gone, but it was freezing cold, and she had nothing to wrap the boy in. And Mildred said to herself again, "I don't care. Even if we get sick, we'll be cured." Just to get out, just to get out. She had never been in a boat before in her life, never had to. And now she lowered the boy into it. "Make yourself as comfortable as you can," she said to him. Now perhaps she had to sit down herself. Or not. First push the boat away from the shore, and then get into it. What if it was deep? What if this tiny little boat, like a toy ship, is swept up by the current? Mildred hesitated for a few moments, not knowing what to do, and then she saw Vivian's upturned face and his look of horror. She turned around, letting go the edge of the boat. Her husband was standing behind her back, staring there past her at the boy. Surely he was sure his wife would never leave him again. And here's the bastard. And then, with a last hopeless and desperate movement, she pushed the boat, falling into the water so that the river covered her head for a few moments, and pulled her out with a single tug. He raked the shirt down her back so that the wet straps dug painfully into her shoulders. He drove Mildred in front of him in jerks, ignoring the fact that she was stumbling, ready to fall at any moment. She realized that this was almost certainly the end of it for her now, but she was even more afraid for the boy. The last moment she'd seen him, the boat had been swept out of the middle of the river, and Vivian really couldn't swim. It was a small room, maybe 5 or 6 feet. There were no windows, so it wasn't really a room. It was a closet painted a dark red color, and pushed Mildred inside with such force that she fell to the floor. And she didn't even try to get up, huddled in a corner, covering her face with her hands. She was so scared she felt like she was going to throw up. Did you want him to drown? It struck her that her husband's voice remained as smooth and calm as ever. He seemed to have no doubt that nothing irreparable had happened. Mildred was entirely in his power, and Vivian, what of Vivian? The boy was unknown in the neighborhood. The fact that he was going to die was a free hand for this man. He wouldn't have to deal with it himself. And the child's death would never be linked to him. Mildred sobbed hysterically, sobbing, so it had all failed. She hadn't gotten out of the trap herself, and she'd killed the boy who trusted her. She heard the metal door slam shut. God knows how long she'll be in that closet. Maybe for the rest of her life. Her parents would remember her, of course. The first one must be her mom. But that may still be a very, very long time from now. Her folks think she's happily married. So much so that she's forgotten about them, doesn't even call, and they don't want to bother her. So they won't realize until it's too late. She heard footsteps approaching and froze. The door had opened. Mildred caught herself that her vision had become somehow peculiar. She did not see the whole picture. All she saw were hands shining with a metallic luster. A snake wriggled in each one. They were small, these snakes, and each one her husband looked at with love. They were truly of the same blood as him, and lowered his pets to the floor, very gently, as if he were dropping off children. Mildred could not make a sound out of horror. Even if she had tried, it would not have worked. She got up and stood huddled in the corner, not realizing what she looked like from the outside. Her mouth hanging open, her eyes bulging out of their orbits, and smiled, closed the door, and flicked the light switch. The room went dark. The darkness was absolute. The car pulled into a small village, one of those villages that at best gets a bus once a day. That's why the black, obviously expensive Jeep attracted the attention of all the inhabitants who happened to see it. The car stopped near the church. The man behind the wheel and the woman next to him sat silently for some time. The man's appearance was memorable. Curly black hair with light graying, a narrow and somehow long face, light green eyes under moving eyebrows. The woman was wearing dark glasses. She looked as if she had been seriously ill. "I guess you are dear to me after all," said the man. "You see, I let you go alive. What should I have entered your place 10 minutes later? Or just stand over you without doing anything?" The woman didn't utter a word. Her face remained as still as ever. "All right, go," the man allowed with a sigh. "You will walk 20 steps, and there they are, beggars sitting. You can join them. Or a kind person will find a kind person and call your parents to pick you up. But remember, if you say a word about me, you'll sign your sentence. No one can prove that what happened to you is my doing. I'll prove that you're crazy and obsessive compulsive, and after that, I promise you, either you or someone close to you will meet a snake somewhere. A pretty little snake that can send you to the grave faster than a lightning strike. Maybe one of you will find one under your pillow, or in your mailbox when you reach for the newspaper, or just in your shoe. Oh, snakes can get in anywhere. And to keep them away from you, all you have to do is keep quiet." The woman continued to stare in front of her. The man bent over, opened the door on her side. "Go ahead," he said. She got out of the car awkwardly. And then he had to get out too, taking her by the shoulders and giving her a little push, pointing in the direction. That way, the woman walked with an uncertain, stumbling step. As she approached the beggars sitting at the temple entrance, the man started the motor and drove off.
Mildred knew that the darkness would stay with her forever. The antidote had kept her alive, but not her sight. Apparently something was irreversibly damaged in her until a few weeks ago, when she realized she was still alive. She had cursed fate and wondered how she could get her hands on herself. Because as a blind prisoner, her existence would be far worse than death.
Why Erin had decided to let her go, she did not know. In general, Mildred felt like Lazarus, the one who had been to the other world and returned. Drunk or something. She heard voices.
Mildred realized why people thought so. It was because of her wobbly, unsteady gait.
Give happy holidays, just in case. Someone dragged on, thinking that she might have. Mildred finally made it, grasped the church fence with both hands. Then she turned around. There she would stand, along with the other beggars. What to do next, she didn't know. And until the last moment, she wasn't sure her husband would let her go. "Where did you come from?" The woman's voice was angry. "Don't you have anything to eat?" Asking for Christ's sake. You're dressed so well. Mildred didn't know what she was wearing, just some dress. Her husband zipped up the back this morning. I guess I should have reached out and said something like this. Like all these people, have pity. Mildred didn't know the name of the village she was in now. But in any case, to get to her father or mother, she would need some money. She tried to remember their phone numbers, but the numbers danced in front of her eyes, confused, and she wasn't sure of anything. And the only address she could remember was the apartment where they had once lived together. She was sick, very sick. Someone put a coin in her palm, and only by touch, by the size of the money, Mildred could determine that it was 5 rubles. She wanted to do something to thank those who had given her the money. She could not kiss their hands, could she? She couldn't even see the hands. So she sang, "Your voice will come back to you in your time of need." She remembered someone's almost forgotten words. Mildred was prepared to sing in a voice that was broken and wrong, that the same beggars would ask her to be silent, but she was sure to be swept up and carried along. She did not know spiritual songs, and how could she know them? Romances came to mind, and for some reason she remembered their words, about white acacia bunches and black eyes, and about how she sat in anxiety at the open window. Her voice was gaining and gaining strength, so that she herself became afraid. Was there a limit to it, or did it rise from earth to heaven? Someone nearby cried thinly, pitifully, but it was not a child, some old woman most likely. And then Mildred was taken by the arm, and a man's voice asked, "What is your emergency?" "It's the priest, Father Alexander." It suggested in a whisper from somewhere off to the side. Apparently, everyone had already realized that the singer was blind. "And so, here's the money they threw at you. I collected it. Put your hands up." And then she was sitting somewhere in the temple because it smelled like incense. And the phone number she remembered turned out to be right. And her mother cried into the phone and said she was going to pick her up. She was on her way. Probably not even the impressionable cleaning lady at the police department believed her story. Mildred said she had a fight with her husband and left. Yeah, just like that, in a fit of emotion, just up and left to spite him. Didn't even call a cab, went through the woods to town. And got lost, of course. I think someone bit her, probably a snake, because she was sick for a while. And she doesn't remember a lot of things, or like how she ended up in this village. She probably got a ride from someone. You realize this isn't even a white thread. The white threads were just put on top. Finally, the investigator couldn't stand it. "You're lying to me. Who are you protecting? Who are you afraid of?" "That's all I know," Mildred repeated mechanically, like an automaton. The only reason she was left behind was because she didn't want to press charges against anyone. It was easier for the police. They found her, she was alive, and that was all right. Mildred's father insisted that the coroner call her husband. But Aaron wasn't at home, and faithful Pete, shrugging his shoulders, said he didn't know where his master had gone, or for how long. "He doesn't report to me." The medical examinations were of little use. The parents saw that their daughter had changed dramatically, from a blossoming girl to a colorless woman of indeterminate age. The doctors said that there were no critical changes in the body. In time, Mildred would get stronger, the nevroses could be brought under control. As for her eyesight, well, people live blind. Mildred didn't have to think about what to do now, how to make a living. She got a disability, but that wasn't the answer, of course, and it wasn't even the little money. Mildred would go crazy locked up in 4 walls, so she accepted when she was called to the House of Culture. She was organized as a leader of some fake circle, but in fact she became a decoration of all the evenings and concerts. After a while, people went to see her, and then she was invited to sing at a big concert on the main stage of the city. There was television, rave reviews wrote, and journalists. Mildred prophesied a career, asked if she did not want to try to be treated abroad, surprised that she does not suffer at all-star disease. And it seemed to her that all the worst happened to her yesterday, that not a year has passed, and one night. And this fear settled in her soul, tormented her more than the darkness before her eyes. He couldn't believe it when he saw her on the news feed. He hadn't had a television in his house for a long time, and he didn't read newspapers, but he used the internet as his only window to the world. Leaving Mildred to her fate, he saw 2 possibilities. Most likely, she would contact her parents and live very quietly, dependent on her mother. It would be a struggle for survival, like other people with severe physical disabilities. or she will not want to upset her loved ones to show them what she has become. Then she will hobble around for the rest of the century, or she will end up in some boarding school for the disabled or just get drunk. There's no third way. But when he saw her in the picture, getting out of the expensive car, when he recognized Mildred, even though she wore dark glasses, his rage rose up in him. She had managed to fool him after all. He had found no trace of the boy. He had not been seen alive or dead since his escape, and Mildred herself had settled down well, while he, on the other hand, was forced to live quietly, without attracting attention. It wasn't fair. And for a moment, he realized that justice had to be done. Himself, the instrument of retribution he chose was the very snake of which Mildred had spoken. Small but fast as lightning, death would come no later than 45 minutes after the bite. No one would even know to find an antidote in that time. He was so absorbed in his idea, so focused on it, that the plan came together very quickly. The snake would fit in the case, and it would be so easy to hide it among the bouquet of flowers. When was the next time the newfound star would take the stage? He looked at the playbill and almost laughed. She was supposed to perform on an outdoor stage in a city park. If anything, he could hide unnoticed in the crowd, or maybe he'd want to stay and watch the performance to the end, so she could finally go to the other world, where she'd be waiting for him to go before his eyes. It will be easy, because she won't see him. She won't realize who handed her the bouquet. And at that very moment, he'll open the case. Every morning when Mildred woke up, the first thing she did was to sing some musical phrase, checking to see if the voice had disappeared. She saw it not as something inalienable that would stay with her forever, but as a miracle that came to her, a miracle that lasted and lasted and lasted. This is how Indian summer, the gift of autumn, can be delayed for a week or two, but every morning you look anxiously outside the window. Whether the clear warm weather has not changed to endless cold rain. For this concert, her mother had chosen her a long, light dress with a wide belt. She assured her that it suited Mildred very well. Mom had learned to drive the car too. During that year, they arrived shortly before the concert began, and while they waited, they sat near the stage, on a bench that was drowned in lilac bushes. Mildred was silent, and her mother did not disturb her, realizing that her daughter should tune in to the performance, to that high mental elevation without which it is impossible for a true artist to go to the audience. And then came a woman organizer, and taking Mildred under the arm, led her to the stage, helped her up the steps, and left her only after she had put a microphone in her hand. Mildred was called for an encore, again and again, but she only shook her head. The other performers waited their turn. "Come, Sabu," she heard her say. "They are bringing you flowers." It was a rare occasion, if ever one could remember one, when Mildred was not handed bouquets, and here she stood at the edge of the stage, bent over, the flowers in cellophane crunching slightly audibly in her left hand, and to her right one of the admirers pressed his lips. Mildred froze. She recognized that scar, those scarred lips. "Vince," she said almost fearfully. Is that you? Wait, I'll be right down." She knew which way to go, where the stairs were by the stage. And near the stairs she was picked up by someone's strong hand. And now she is already standing on the hard ground and feels the furry side of the dog. "You're not alone. You have no idea what has happened to me in all this time." "I have no idea," said the voice she happened to remember all this time. "I know. Oh, but how?" "Oh, Vivian told me. He really wanted you to be told. He's alive. We've got him. You picked him up. That's how it happened. Our fisherman saw him first. And now he lives with us. He's got no family left. Nobody wants him in the world." Mildred put her hands on her head. It was impossible that it could have turned out this way. Vince touched her shoulder. "Oh, they're still bringing you flowers," he said. Later, Mildred tried to reconstruct the picture, but couldn't. She had been standing next to him, but the memory had definitely shattered into fragments. She reached out for the bouquet. A stifled growl, Vincent's shout, a sudden movement beside her, and a heavy groan. And that the blood drained from her face, and the darkness before her eyes began to dissipate, or dog's dog bite, she heard around her. And then she saw him, this terrible man who still appeared to her in her dreams. And now he was lying in front of her in the dust and squirming, tearing his throat with his fingers, as if he did not have enough air, and a small snake was slithering on his body, raised its chiseled head and hissed, warning the others that she was not to be trifled with. People scrambled away, unable to understand. Vincent wanted to draw her away too. He had hardly seen the black foreign visitor before, but Mildred knew the price of its bite. Did she get to the dog before it bit her? Is the dog all right? Right on the lawn, he began to examine the dog. He must be okay. If she'd knocked a man off his feet like that, the dog would be finished. Right there. He had never thrown himself out of the blue before. And then he grabbed his hands and suddenly, out of nowhere, a snake. What the hell was that? He caught Mildred's eye and realized she could see. And she knew that if she went back, if she dared to approach her ex-husband and empty his pockets, there must be an antidote hidden in there somewhere. When taking one of his pets with him, he made sure to take the antidote for its bite. Or because accidents can happen, he told her it was so long ago in some past life. But now it could have saved his life. And that vial of antidote is probably the only one in the whole city. I don't think the medics here have an antidote for rare African snakes. Mildred hugged the dog and buried her face in his gray fur. Then Vince, holding her by both hands, helped her up. "Let's get out of here," said Mildred. "Mama's probably looking for me. You can tell me all about it on the way, and you tell me." And they went on, saying something to each other, sometimes interrupting each other. And a gray dog like a wolf trotted along beside them.
The shoe was stuck in the iron bars and would not leave its new shelter. Emily even cursed, looked around and freed her foot from the temporary trap. The shoe was still in place, so she crouched down and began to pull the unfortunate shoe, trying not to scratch the heel. She was going to meet a very important person, from whose gaze such a detail as a spoiled shoe would not be hidden. It was better not to risk it. The iron bars clamped down on the heel like an angry bull terrier on a chop. But Emily wasn't used to giving up so easily. She didn't care that she was standing with one foot in the dust, and the sharp stones were tearing her pantyhose. As luck would have it, there was no one around, and she couldn't even ask for help. "I don't care," she shrieked. "Not without spitting on the shoe. You think I can't do it without you? You bet I can, even if I'm barefoot. Can I help you?" A man's voice suddenly sounded above her ear. Emily flinched and turned around. In front of her stood a handsome young man in overalls. Ouch. The girl was confused. "Yes, I could use some help. You see, I'm stuck." The guy, without asking unnecessary questions, deftly extracted the shoe from the trap and handed it to Emily. From the outside, it all looked like a shabby prince offering Cinderella to try on a crystal slipper on a high stiletto. Emily embarrassedly snatched the shoe from the stranger's hands, deftly put it on her foot, and smiled. "You are, you might say, my savior. I was about to say goodbye to her, but then you showed up." "You shouldn't have," laughed the guy. "The shoes are expensive, I can tell. You shouldn't throw it away so easily. Besides, there are no hopeless situations in life. Never give up, even if it seems that everything is lost." "I'll do my best," Emily smiled and waved goodbye to the stranger. It was only a couple houses away from their destination. Emily sped up her steps, as she didn't want to be late. John Smith was already waiting for her in the park's cozy coffee shop at his usual spot. Emily went straight to the man. "Emily, my dear." John got up from the sofa and looked at her from head to toe. "You look beautiful. You always do." "Thank you." Emily blushed slightly. "John, will you excuse me for being late? Was there an emergency?" No, I'm the one who's early." The man hastened to reassure her, but Emily saw the faintest flicker of displeasure in his eyes. "Let's not waste time. I'll show you everything at once." Emily took out of her bag a voluminous catalog and put it in front of her. "Is there anything interesting?" The man perked up immediately. "I think so," Emily nodded. "You know John Smith. I always show everything to you first. You're on our payroll. We just finished the catalog. Sarah Thompson sent me straight to you. A lot of Chinese porcelain this time. As I recall, that's your subject, isn't it?" "Oh yes." John's eyes lit up, and he poured himself greedily into the catalog. "I, of course, more on imperial porcelain. You know what my collection is, but I will not refuse China. And in the price is always growing and pleasing to the eye." You've seen how filigree always these vases and statuettes are executed. Emily worked in a private gallery, and John was considered one of the biggest art connoisseurs in town. He was an avid collector, investing heavily in antiquities. Emily was his favorite agent, introduced them to Henry Johnson, who devoted his entire life to antiques. John was his longtime friend, and they had once hunted for precious art together. Porcelain was their shared passion. But as Henry grew older, his passion waned because of illness. Grandfather liked Emily's passion for antiquities. When she was a baby, they spent hours in his store. She would gaze breathlessly at the porcelain figurines that reflected the spirit of different eras and peoples. Henry told her a million stories with enthusiasm. This hobby eventually turned into a profession. Emily graduated from the Institute of Culture and received a specialty of restorer. And then, thanks to her grandfather's connections, she began working at the local state gallery. The profession was not monetary, but very interesting. Emily fiddled enthusiastically with reactive special restoration mixtures and literally restored masterpieces, which were about to fall into oblivion. It seemed to her a real miracle. The girl didn't need much money. Her grandfather was a rich man by the standards of the city. He did not drive his favorite granddaughter to work until exhaustion. Emily's passion flattered him. In addition, he was frankly proud that he was able to instill in the girl a love for what he himself valued most of all. But a few years passed, and Emily was offered a promising position in a newly opened private gallery. Its owner, Sarah Thompson, was an old acquaintance of her grandfather, so the career quickly went uphill. Starting as an assistant, Emily quickly settled in and after a year became a senior art historian. She was not only well-versed in art, but also able to find a common language with the most fastidious clients. John Smith was one of them. "Nice selection, John," announced in a high-pitched tone as he closed the catalog. "Can you give me this edition for a couple of days? I can tell you now that I would like to buy a couple of things, but I'd like to look at them in more detail. At my age, moods change dramatically. In case something else catches my fancy. I like to contemplate. Even photographs can sometimes fascinate me enough to make me want to own the original." Of course, the girl nodded. "You only please do not delay, because Sarah Thompson wants to organize an exhibition, a presentation. In 2 months, it is necessary to prepare the exposition. I've already invited so many guests that I feel I won't be able to rest. You know what's on me? You, my girl, don't worry." The man patted her hand. "I'll give you a final answer one of these days. I'll call Sarah myself. I'll tell her what I need to postpone." Emily left the cafe with a sigh of relief. Don't worry about the commission, she told herself. The main thing is to have time to prepare the exposition. Also, the house is a mess. What's wrong? John Smith was worried. Is there anything I can do to help? I can. The girl shook her head. No, it's all right. Just personal problems. It all came together at once. Don't be silent, Emily. If I can help, John Smith offered. Thank you. Okay, I'll leave the catalog. Then I'll call you as soon as I decide. In the meantime, I'm going to run an errand. I'll see you later. Say hi to Grandpa, she said. I'll be sure to tell him. Would you stop by and see him? I rarely get to him, and he's not feeling well. His heart is racing. Emily sighed. Yes, I'm afraid for him, too. Don't worry, my girl, everything will be fine. Emily said goodbye and walked out. There was no more business scheduled for today. Sarah Thompson said to go home right after the meeting. But Emily didn't feel like going home at all. She went to the nearest candy store and bought a couple of air cakes. Holding the brightly colored box tightly, the girl headed toward the house on the waterfront where her grandfather lived. It took a long time for the door to be opened. Emily didn't have her keys. The visit to her grandfather's house had been unplanned. Strangely, she pounded her knuckles on the door anxiously. Where could he have gone? And the phone was silent. He'd forgotten it again. What kind of person knows I worry when he doesn't pick up the phone? Emily was about to leave when Henry finally opened the door. Emily, what a joy. I didn't see that coming. Why did you come without calling? The girl was indignant and hugged her grandfather tightly. You don't answer yourself. I'm worried. Come on, Henry waved her away. I just fell asleep. It happens at my age. I got up early in the morning. Well, that's good, Grandpa. Look what I brought. Emily squinted enigmatically and showed me a box of brownies. I know it's bad for you, but what's life without sweets? That's true, sweetheart, Henry laughed. Let's not eat until 6, or the nurse will be here to give me my shots. If she sees me, I'm in trouble. But we still have 40 minutes, nodded her granddaughter. I'll stay with you for a while, or they'll lose me at home. Tell me, how are you doing? Because you look pale, tired. I'm fine. I've got a lot of work to do. We're getting ready for the new exhibition. I just met John Smith. He says hello to you. He said he'd drop by. John? Henry chuckled. I haven't seen him in a while. He's been away on business. I wish he'd come to see an old friend more often. He's probably looking for something better for himself again. Yeah, they brought in a lot of Chinese porcelain. I handed him the catalog and his eyes lit up. I could tell he had his eye on a couple of pieces. I remember back in the day. I'd like to buy something myself, but what's the point? There's no point in collecting anymore. I don't have much time left. Come on, Grandpa, full of pessimism. You're only 76, you've got a lot of years ahead of you. We have a good heredity. Your father lived to be 100 years old. Are you burying yourself already? It's no big deal if you have a bad heart. It's not a problem with the current level of medicine. The main thing is to take care of yourself. You should come and see me more often. When I see you, I immediately feel young. You have such positive energy. I'd love to, but you know I don't have time. And at home. That witch is driving me crazy again. Alex, why don't you get involved? I would never let my mother treat my wife like that. It's about time you two got your own place. 5 years of marriage and still in the same place. And there's an empty apartment. Alex doesn't want to Emily's side. He says it's your apartment and he's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. Henry was indignant. Are you comfortable with her constant nagging? Why does she dislike you so much? I don't know. It was tolerable before, but for the last 6 months she's been going off the rails. It's none of my business, granddaughter. But I think if you want a quiet family life, you should move out. It's only going to get worse. I know that kind of woman. She won't rest until she's completely dried you up. And the kids will come. What then? Grandpa suddenly got serious. Emily, you know that Alex and I can't have children. That's why Lubov Markovna is so mad. She wants grandchildren, and I can't. When she found out that I have such a disorder in my body, she started her attacks. It feels like she's deliberately trying to break us up so that he'll find another woman who'll give birth to an heir. And what an inheritance. All they have behind them is an apartment and a shabby cottage. If I were your mother-in-law, on the contrary, I would protect you. If I die, you'll inherit everything. Grandpa, why do you say that? Emily was upset. John and I love each other. He's never been interested in your money. Well, maybe not to him, but I had the honor of talking to Lubov Markovna. She kept trying to find out the size of my capital. You can't choose your relatives, girl, but to live with them on the same territory is to put nails in your coffin. Come on, we'll be fine, Emily said. I'm at work most of the time, John too. We only see each other in the evenings. And on weekends, Lubov Markovna usually goes either to the country or to her friends. I see how well you're doing. You're not even in a hurry to get home. I'm not in a hurry, because I came to you and want to spend more time here, smiled Emily. So what if your mother-in-law is a witch? Every other family is like that, and they live. I feel sorry for you. Emily. Henry patted her on the head. I just want you to be happy. I am happy. Hugged his granddaughter. I have a man I love, a job I love. I don't need anything else. I just have you all to myself, Henry smiled. My parents have suffered so much in their lives and lost them early. That's what I'm worried about. I understand, Grandpa. Emily poked him on the cheek. But believe me, I'm fine. By the way, you know, I got my heel caught in a grate today, stuck on the sidewalk. Barely made it out. Well, at least there are still some kind people out there. At 6 a.m. sharp, the doorbell rang. It was the nurse. Emily stayed at her grandfather's house for a short time and went home. It was raining outside. The girl called a cab and in 10 minutes stood at the door to her apartment. Alex was not at home. Emily was even surprised. The clock was already showing the 9th hour. He was usually back by this time. But Lubov Markovna met her on the doorstep. And where do we go? grumbled unhappily mother-in-law. I was at work, then I slipped off somewhere. And why do you ask? Calmly replied Emily. Where did she get off? I came home, no wife, no wife. And where is he? I thought he hadn't come back yet, Emily wondered. Would you pick up the phone when your husband calls? Maybe I would. Emily looked at the screen of her smartphone, puzzled. I always answer the phone. How can you be so irresponsible? Love boiled. But I don't have any missed calls or messages. Where did he call? To his workplace. I don't take it with me after I leave the gallery. Should you? You're supposed to be in touch. I am. Emily was indignant and felt the anger beginning to boil inside her. He's not stupid. He should know that if I don't answer at work, I should call on my cell phone. Okay, it's all just silly. I'm telling you, Lubov Markovna, you know. I went to my friends. Said he won't be back tonight. What do you mean he's not coming back? Emily's eyebrows went up. Just like that, the mother-in-law said, hiding her face in a smile. They went fishing. You don't have to wait until Sunday. But why didn't he even warn me? Emily didn't understand what was going on. Why would he warn you? He's a grown man. It's the weekend. Or are you against your husband having his own time? You know, girl, this kind of control isn't going to do any good. To what kind of control? Emily raised her voice. Do I tell him not to do anything? Just call and say he's going away. Especially for almost 3 days. Emily immediately dialed her husband's number, but his phone was off. Don't even try to reach him, Cynthia gritted through her teeth. There's no reception. He's on the road at 03000 hours. He said he'll call when he's online. That's ridiculous. Emily shook her head. Okay, if you say so, then that's the way it is. I don't see the point in taking this argument any further. I'm tired, Cynthia. Can't I just go and rest? I haven't cooked dinner? Her mother-in-law grinned maliciously. Still no, you can cook something for yourself. And now we've completely relaxed. Do you even remember the last time you stood at the stove? I don't understand, Cynthia snapped suddenly. Emily, as I recall, you fiercely defended my right to stand at the stove. It was all girls, you can't, he doesn't like it. Mommy knows best. Thank you so much for taking over the cooking, but I didn't ask you to. If you don't want to cook for yourself without problems, I will. Besides, no one canceled delivery. Don't get excited. I won't starve to death. How you talk. Indignant mother-in-law. Don't forget, my dear, that you live in my apartment, and therefore, according to my rules, you haven't opened your mouth in front of Alex. I'll tell him all about the way you treat me. Do whatever you want. Emily shouted. Do you think I'm stuck in your apartment like this? I don't know how you work Alex so hard to keep him from moving out. But I promise, as soon as he gets back, I'll bring it up again. On Saturday, Cynthia left for the cottage. Even awake, Emily was glad to see her gone. Her mother-in-law, as expected, had not prepared breakfast, but the girl was not upset. She quickly kneaded the dough and fried a mountain of appetizing pancakes, which almost all ate. Emily's figure wasn't something to be watched. She was one of those rare breeds that no matter what you fed them, they would still be slim and neat. Emily was happy with her constitution, because with a busy work schedule, she could not train in the gym, and sit on a diet was impossible. So much energy was expended during the day that if she ate a meager diet, she would just faint on the way, eating the last pancake. Emily washed the dishes and dialed Alex's phone. It was still silent. Well, you've got to be kidding, the girl thought. You have to leave like that and not say a word. I bet Cynthia was whispering nonsense to him. She swore she'd tell me everything. She's a chatterbox. Well, it's easier to ignore it. I'd better think of something to do today. It's a day off after all. The weather's nice. Maybe go to the cemetery. It's been a long time since I've been there. I'd like to take Grandpa with me. Hello, Grandpa. Emily said excitedly into the receiver when Henry answered. My little birdie, greetings. I wasn't expecting you. What are you doing home so early? Grandpa, listen. I was thinking maybe we could visit my parents at the cemetery. It's been a while. Wouldn't you like to see them? Let's go, of course, Grandpa said. Aren't you with your husband today? He's gone. I'm all alone at home. So I thought, when will I ever get away again? Come on, get ready. I'll call a cab and we'll go together. I'll be right there." Emily got dressed and went outside. She went into a flower shop and bought some white lilies, then called a cab and went to her grandfather's house. Henry was already waiting for her in the driveway. He looked quite alert. Apparently, the new medication his doctor had prescribed was doing its job well. There was even a blush on his cheeks. "Hi, Grandpa," kissed his granddaughter when he got into the cab. "And you are fresh and alert. I'll watch this, because yesterday I saw how that nurse tortured me. They don't make women like that these days." "Where'd you find her?" "She'd get me out of this world if I needed her." "You like it?" She laughed. "You're just lonely. That nurse is a good nurse. Sarah Thompson recommended her to me." "She used to babysit her mom?" "Tough. Yeah, I bet she is. But she's good at her job, and I'm sure you'll always have plenty to talk about." "Oh yes," suppressed a chuckle grandfather. "This lady will surprise everyone. I had no idea she was so interested in art. Not as a professional, of course, but still. We talked to her for hours. It's not boring." I'm glad Emily laid her head on her grandfather's shoulder. "And I bought flowers for Mom and Dad. Look how pretty they are." "Yeah, Amber loved those. We had a flower garden at our old house. Your grandmother always planted white lilies. Little Snail, always hiding in the flower bed, getting pollen all over her. And we'd run around looking for them." "How many years has it been?" The cab pulled up to the cemetery. Emily and her grandfather got out in front of the massive cast-iron gate and headed down the main avenue into the depths. Along the way they looked at the figurative monuments, the birds singing very loudly. Autumn was coming, but it was still very warm. The sun was shining in summer. Breaking through the thick, not yet begun to yellow leaves, thousands of sun bunnies lay on the paving stones. At last they reached the place. A tall monument of gray granite cast a large shadow. From the polished slab smiled a man and a woman, forever imprinted on the soulless stone. Emily's fingers touched the cold, smooth slab. She gently stroked the faces and placed the flowers she'd brought in a vase, taking the dried bouquet from there. "Hello," Amber Henry murmured. "And hello, Fred. I'm sorry we don't come to see you often enough. I've gotten so bad. I think I'm going to join you for good." "Grandfather, are you at it again?" Emily frowned. "Mom, Dad, don't listen to him. I'll take care of Grandpa. You'll have to be without him for a while." Emily's parents died together. Both had a passion for mountain climbing. Henry Johnson, who lost his wife early, guarded his daughter Amber more than any treasure. But the girl was very active and ambitious. When she married Fred, her classmate, her happiness was boundless. Henry did not like his son-in-law, although he had practically no common interests with him. But it was enough for him to know that Fred loved Amber and would do anything for her. The energetic young couple had been interested in mountaineering since college. When Amber and Fred were in the same course, Henry didn't like his daughter's hobby much. After all, each ascent was associated with a huge risk. But it was useless to dissuade Amber. With Fred's appearance, Henry calmed down a little. The strong man could always back up his fragile wife, and he chose less dangerous routes. Often the couple confined themselves to the climbing wall. And when Amber got pregnant and completely abandoned their hobby, with the birth of Emily in the house came great joy. The girl was not by years of development. Early learned to walk and talk. Parents actively engaged in her education, enrolled in many circles, giving the child the opportunity to choose a class to his liking. But most of all, little Emily liked to spend time in the antique shop of her grandfather, where she often ran away. Parents did not even guess that their daughter was truant. After all, every night she was met by a smiling grandfather, covering up his granddaughter's secret hobbies. When Emily went to the 3rd grade, her parents suddenly informed her that soon they planned to go to Elbrus. The conquest of this mountain peak was their longtime shared dream. After almost 10 years of break, going to the mountains was quite dangerous. But as Fred liked to joke, a mountaineer is forever a mountaineer. No one could have imagined that this trip would be the last of their lives. The deaths of the Henry couple were reported a week after Amber and Fred left. Emily still remembered how her grandfather had turned pale and literally shrunk in front of his eyes when he heard the terrible news on the phone. Details were scarce, both had gone off a cliff. Fred's anchor failed and he, who was the first to go, fell off, pulling Amber, who had not had time to secure the hook. They didn't find the bodies right away. Emily didn't remember the funeral well. Both she and her grandfather were in a kind of oblivion, unwilling to accept the terrible truth. Numerous relatives and family friends took it upon themselves to organize the funeral, wake, and other events. Emily abandoned her studies, stopped talking. Grandfather, on the contrary, went to work, hired for his granddaughter governesses, but after closing the shop rushed home to make sure that Emily is all right. He hired a psychologist who came to the girl every day and had heartfelt conversations with her, talking himself, constantly looking for ways to bring his granddaughter out of her mental state. For a 10-year-old girl, what happened was a true nightmare, because her parents were almost everything to her. Gradually, Emily came to her senses. Riding lessons helped. At first, Henry simply brought his granddaughter to the racetrack. The psychologist claimed that on therapy is very effective for the treatment of mental traumas. Emily treated them with sugar and apples. The girl gradually began to talk and then asked to climb on the horse. Henry did not spare any money for his granddaughter. Visits to the racetrack became regular. He even bought her her own horse, for which Emily came to the stall twice a week. Over the years, the wound healed. She and her grandfather often traveled to the cemetery, where they could hold conversations with the smiling and eternally frozen faces of Amber and Fred. After graduating from high school, Emily enrolled in the Art Institute. She liked studying. She still continued to live with her grandfather, although he bought a separate apartment for his granddaughter. But the girl did not want to distance herself from the most beloved man in the world. Everything changed when she began to work in the State Gallery. Only weekends Emily could spend time with her grandfather. On weekdays, she often stayed late, trying to restore another time-damaged masterpiece. That day, Emily stayed longer than usual. A large collection of ancient mosaics had been brought in, and the entire staff was hard at work piecing together the smallest details. Emily returned home at midnight, having given her grandfather advance notice. When she entered the apartment, she immediately sensed something amiss. Henry rarely went to bed before 2 in the morning, and this time he didn't even come out to greet his granddaughter and offer a late dinner, as was his custom. Emily noticed the light on in the kitchen. She ran in without even taking her shoes off. Henry was lying on the floor with his arms out to the sides. Emily's heart clenched. On woozy legs, she walked over to her grandfather and tried to feel for a pulse. There was no heartbeat. Terrified, Emily dialed the ambulance and waited. She immediately remembered everything she'd been taught in her life safety class, direct cardiac massage, CPR. In desperate attempts, Emily pressed on her grandfather's chest and sobbed. Suddenly, he let out a long wheeze and hissed. Emily's heart sank. She began to kiss her grandfather, flooding his face with her tears. The ambulance came quickly, but by then Henry had regained consciousness. He flatly refused to be hospitalized, but Emily was adamant. They learned later that Henry Johnson was suffering from heart failure. And if Emily had returned a minute later that day, there was nothing that could have been done. But fate had it differently. Since then, a woman has been working at the house as a housekeeper and caregiver on a full-time basis. Emily quit and got a job in a private gallery, where the schedule was more gentle. It was there that she met Alex. Alex only came over on Sunday evenings. Emily sat in her room, trying not to attract her mother-in-law's attention. Emily greeted her husband angrily, finally. "What's the meaning of this?" "No matter what I start, it's all to no avail," Alex brushed it off. "I'm tired and hungry." "Alex, are you serious? You've been gone for 2 days. You didn't even give me any notice that you were leaving, and now you're just ignoring it. Why do I have to report back? I called you to warn you, but you didn't even pick up the phone, and it's my fault again. I'm not accusing you of anything, but that's not how it works. And you called my work number, even though you know my main number perfectly well. That's enough. I wanted to go out and the guys called me. I explained everything to my mom. She didn't say anything to you." "She did. She did. That's a separate conversation. After all, I am your wife. Interfering with my mom is not the best solution, especially since you know how she feels about me." Alex got angry. "You two are both pecking at me. You can't seem to split something." "What did she do to you?" "Nothing, but I got to her. I don't know what the argument was about. You're always on her side, even when you see she's wrong. You respect her age. How silly is that? She's not old, there's nothing wrong with her head, though I'm beginning to doubt it." Alex pressed his lips together. "I don't know what happened between you two. I can only guess about another scandal. I'll talk to her, but please be patient. I'm already patient to the last of my strength. She started badgering me about my food. Please, let's go away. We have somewhere to live. I can't be on the same property with her anymore. Honey, you know that apartment is very far from my work. It's inconvenient to drive every day. I don't want to get up half an hour early. And you probably won't like cooking and cleaning. Your mother runs the whole house. That's all excuses. A million women can handle the work and the household. And I can do it, please, Alex, at least think about it. I just can't do it anymore. I'd rather sacrifice time than slowly destroy my psyche and my marriage. Alex kissed Emily's forehead. Okay, I'll think about it and talk to my mom. By the way, where's the fish? What fish? We were just relaxing in nature. Why bring home ruffles? Emily wondered. We could have dried them. I like mixed river fish, but Mom would blow our minds over fish hanging on the balcony. Alex laughed. No way. Okay, let's go out to dinner. I'm awfully hungry. Go by yourself. I don't want to see Cynthia Lewis right now. Besides, I've already eaten. Come back soon, I miss you. 2 months passed. Alex still hadn't thought about moving, citing his busy work schedule. He stayed late every day. Emily almost didn't notice it because she was working, preparing for the exhibition, even spending her weekends in the gallery. She was glad, because she didn't have to cross paths with her mother-in-law. But with her husband, too, she almost never saw him. In the evenings, Alex was in a bad mood, went to bed and turned away. In the morning, he was already rushing to work. The presentation at the gallery was very successful. Many exhibits were sold. Even Grandpa was pleased with his presence. But after the event, Sarah Thompson called Emily aside. Emily, she began softly. I know you've been working hard and must be pretty tired. The girl smiled a little shyly. I have a little business proposition for you. Basically, I'd like you to take a vacation next month, because you're not wearing your face. But Emily, sensing some kind of a catch. I have to go somewhere, Sarah Thompson exhaled. They know and they don't travel much. But I've got a lot on my plate here right now. I can't trust anyone else. Where to? New York. Emily, for a week, 2 weeks tops. An old acquaintance of mine has something of interest there. He's willing to give us a huge collection of copperware and silverware to sell. You can't miss out on something like that. We need to drive around, see what he is interesting. Pick up options for our gallery. He's got paintings, too. I've been wanting one for a long time. The man's not old. He's been sitting on his treasures like a stingy knight. Now he's selling them off. And you entrust me with such a responsible assignment? Emily was surprised. Who else? You've been working for me for so long, I couldn't find a better specialist. Besides, you alone can correctly assess the collection, estimate the restoration work. I'll pay you everything, don't worry, and I won't hurt you with the bonus. I'd go myself, but you know what I mean. Okay, Emily said after thinking about it. I'll go. It's a little tense at home right now, and I didn't want to leave my grandfather alone. I promise you, I'll stop by Henry Johnson's house a couple times. It's been a long time since we've had a heart-to-heart. Don't worry about it. You'll have a good time. It's New York. Thomas Wilson, our client, has a very interesting house, right on Fifth Avenue, an old mansion. I assure you, this trip will do you good, and you'll learn a lot about yourself as a professional. Okay, you got it, Emily smiled. I hope Alex won't mind too much. Alex didn't mind. He was even glad that Emily was going on a business trip. What's so weird about it? Alex was surprised. I'm very happy for you. I'd love to go to New York for a week or two, especially at someone else's expense. I'm so tired on vacation. It's time. Speaking of vacations, Emily was embarrassed. Sarah Thompson promised me a vacation next month. Maybe you should take one too, go on a vacation somewhere, especially since I'll be well paid for my business trip. Can we go to the seaside? And the commission after the exhibition is decent. That would be nice, Alex winked. We'll think about it. You go for now and don't worry about anything. And Mom will calm down. She is often provoking conflicts again these days. By the way, you still haven't decided anything about moving. Honey, let's do it after New Year's. You won't be back until mid-December. Who moves before the holidays? What's the big deal? New Year's Eve, new house. It's all very symbolic. I'm not going to giggle and beat my hands. This is how I leave my mom alone on a holiday. Let's do this, you come back, then we'll celebrate, then we'll go on vacation, and then we'll move in. Promise. The girl exclaimed, surprised at her husband's flexibility. I promise. Alex nodded and pressed his wife against him. The trip to New York was very successful. Thomas Wilson turned out to be a pleasant elderly man confined to a wheelchair. He enthusiastically told Emily about his huge collection, showed all his treasures, accompanying it all with fascinating stories. Free time, and there was a lot of it, the girls spent for walks. The Big Apple was in full swing preparing for the celebration of the new year. Rich illumination on the streets created the illusion of a fairy tale. Emily had traveled to New York City twice before. As a child with her parents and when she studied at the Institute. Now she just admired the city, went to warm herself in coffee shops, took a lot of pictures and reported everything to her grandfather. They often communicated by video. Henry Johnson loved this city. As a young man, he often traveled to New York for work and stayed there for long periods of time. It was here that he met his future wife, but never returned after her death. Grandpa. Emily enthusiastically broadcast as she showed Henry Johnson the Kazan Cathedral glowing brightly in the evening landscape. We should definitely come here together. Where would I go, little girl? Laughed grandfather. I'm not old enough to travel. I've seen enough of your happy face. No, grandfather, Emily resisted. It's not the same. It's more solemn in person. It smells like a holiday. Let's come in the summer, promise me. I know you love Peter. I do, Emily, but I'm afraid I won't live to see the summer, frowned grandfather. Emily, your death books again. I'm not talking to you. I'm done. All right, agreed, let's go. But you were going on vacation to the sea this winter. I'll have a lot of things to do in the summer. I'll make a deal, Sarah Thompson. She comes here a lot. We could ask her to take her place. We could do something fun, huh? It's so beautiful here. I might even stay here. Why? Is that a good idea? Henry Johnson was coaxing me. Grab your Alex and go. There's always a job for someone as skilled as you. That's how Sarah Thompson's gonna let me go. And I don't like changing jobs. No, that's just a dream. But I'm sure I'll be coming here more often. All right, granddaughter, laughed Henry Johnson. We'll see. Oh, that's it. My lady's here. You take your walk, I'm gonna go get my shots. Love you, Grandpa. Take care. Love you too, baby. Emily was walking down Rubenstein toward Nevsky. There was almost no snow on the sidewalks in the center. The tall girl on high heels deftly rounded the passers-by she met. Suddenly she felt her foot twist. There was a cracking sound. They're at it again. Emily thought with horror as she looked down at her feet. The heel was dangling treacherously on a thin piece of sole. This is a must. So I've had no luck with heels lately. I've degenerated to sneakers. I went for a walk, you see. Emily stood and laughed. It was impossible to walk so resolutely. She was about to call a cab, but her phone was dead. The battery dead. Oh, shit. Emily cursed. Really came a voice from very close by. I don't believe it. A man was standing next to her, laughing. At first, Emily didn't recognize him and wanted to reproach the stranger for his rude behavior. But after a closer look, she realized that the guy who had helped her free her heel from the bars a few months ago was standing in front of her. Only this time he was dressed not in a work overalls, but in a very decent coat. Is that you? The girl exclaimed in surprise. It looks like me, the guy smiled back. I see you have such a hobby breaking heels. Don't make me laugh. Emily laughed. I feel awkward enough as it is. I don't know how to get home with a broken heel. I wanted to call a cab, but my phone died. Let me give you a ride. How far is it? Oh no, it's inconvenient. I'd appreciate it if you'd call me a cab. That'll be enough. What's the point? I have a car over there, the man waved somewhere to the side. I actually noticed you from it. Just as I was about to drive off, bang. I see this picture. I didn't even believe it was you. But it would have been hard not to recognize you. The look is too memorable. And that hair. It's quite ordinary, Emily blushed, even the hair is sparse. It's not often you see a young lady with such a mop of red hair without a hat. Aren't you afraid of getting cold? The weather here is deceptive. The wind is blowing. I'm hardened. Emily smiled. All right, I'll take it, I guess. But it's not far to Kanaya. I'm staying there. That's great. I'm going that way too. My name's Justin, by the way. And you're Emily? That's a cool name. My sister's Daria too. I'm here to see her, by the way. So you're not from around here? No, I think we're from around here. I'm on a little vacation. Once a year I come here to visit my sister. I let myself take a break from work. Why are we standing here? Let's get in the car. Emily took her new acquaintance under her arm and showed her, hopping on one foot. She thought to herself that it probably looked extremely comical from the outside. But it wasn't far to walk. After a couple of steps, Justin stopped and carefully opened the door of his car in front of Emily. The girl even whistled. The car was very expensive and shone beautifully with new paint and the lights of the garlands. Surprised, Justin laughed. Well, yes, such a car, mumbled Emily. When we first met you, you were wearing such a dirty overalls. I never would have thought that the person wearing it would be driving a car like that. It was Justin who was a little confused. At the time, I was on my way to get cigarettes from an apartment that was being remodeled, arrived in just a t-shirt. It was getting chilly. Well, I borrowed overalls from one of the workers. I'm surprised you remember me at all. I have the most ordinary appearance. Appearance, maybe an ordinary, but the smile. You can tell you're a good man, and did not pass by a girl in trouble. Raised that way. I agree that few people will stop now. They go here bending in their smartphones and prefer not to notice the world around them. Can you imagine how many people could be helped if they saw their grief in time? I've always been like that. I've always been like that. My sister's the same way. We're all human beings. We have to help each other, or there'll be nothing human left. Besides, I believe in karma. Today you help, tomorrow you'll be helped. Emily nodded logically. It's rare to meet someone like that these days. And we're here already. Well, it was nice to meet you, Justin. And I'm Emily, the young man smiled. And tell me, how long are you here for? I'm already leaving tomorrow morning. Why, have you been thinking for a while? Maybe I should take you out for coffee? You'll forgive me if I seem intrusive. I just don't believe in coincidence. We've met twice and under the same circumstances. I mean, think about the odds of that happening. So I'd like to keep in touch. Okay, it's not fate, so yes. Don't feel bad, Emily smiled. We can see each other in our town. I work in a gallery. Do you know the model? He's an art man. You could put it that way. You're welcome to come. I'm there most days, except weekends. You can drop by at lunchtime. Let me leave my phone number. Are you interested in art too? You could say that Justin nodded. Only a different kind of art. I work in the IT field as an IT programmer. Surprised by the girl. Not exactly. Although that's what they call us in the commonplace. I prefer to be called an information systems engineer. Oh, I'm far from that. We're just now training our brainchild in culture. Are you an art historian? Not exactly, but great, Justine interrupted. I hope you won't refuse me a consultation too. If it would be within my power to do so, please do. Okay, it was nice to meet you. I'll be sure to call you when I get back. See you then, Emily smiled. At the airport, she even called Alex to arrange a meeting. Much to her surprise, her husband refused to come to pick her up. Amy, I'll be at work, he informed her. Take a cab. But we had an agreement. The wife was indignant. You're flying in at 12 noon? It's not like I can dash out of the office just to pick you up. What's the problem? Should I call a cab? Nothing, the girl said, frustrated. Just thought you might have missed me. I missed you, but I'm working. I'll see you tonight. Okay, Emily sighed. She made her own way home, where to her great relief she didn't catch her mother-in-law. Thank goodness she's not here, the girl thought. That's the last thing I want to do right now is listen to her lecturing. What is this? Emily noticed that there was a lipstick on her night table. It seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. But the tube was foreign. She removed the cap and looked at the bright red contents in bewilderment. Is this what Cynthia Lewis puts on her makeup like this, she pronounced. Haven't noticed her like that. 6 decades old and colors like that. It's odd. And why is it in our bedroom anyway? Emily quickly put the find out of her mind and started calling Sarah Thompson. Emily returned from her business trip, reported back, sent all her work files and arranged to come back the next day. She slept through the evening. Emily woke up when she heard Alex return. She immediately jumped out of bed and ran out to meet her husband. Alex stood in the doorway, disgruntled. Is something wrong? Emily asked worriedly. You're back. It's kind of strange, Alex answered. Where's Mom? I don't know. I arrived, she was gone. Call her. Get her location. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. It's probably for the best. What are you talking about? Emily's frowning. Look, we need to talk. And Mom would just be in the way right now. You're scaring me. Is it serious? Yes, Emily, it's serious. Oh my God, the girl's pale. What does Grandpa have to do with it? Alex answered irritably, you have a problem with him. Of course. He's the closest thing I have to a family member. And you're standing there like that. I'm thinking about the worst. I haven't even called him yet. Alex silently went to the kitchen and poured himself some water, drinking the whole glass. The man turned around and looked at his wife seriously. Next, he began. We have to break up. Emily's breath caught from surprise, and her legs felt weak. What do you mean, break up? In the most direct sense. I've fallen in love with someone else. Are you kidding me right now? It's not funny. Alex, I'm serious. Emily, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I've regretted it. And I wasn't sure how I felt before. Before? What do you mean before? How long have you been with her? 6 months. 6 months? Emily shrieked. But how is that possible? Alex, I don't believe you. It's not true. You're just kidding. I'm not joking, her husband snapped. Come on, you idiot. I'm telling you straight out that I don't love you anymore. I have another woman with whom I am happy, and she's expecting a child with me. Oh my God. Emily slid down the wall to the floor. Tears came to her eyes. You're just telling me this now? When else? I didn't think it was serious at first, but then I realized you and I were way out of our league. And she is this about the baby? Emily asked sadly, isn't it? So tell me. It's not just the baby that I found out about recently. I've been in love with her for a long time. You could say that the pregnancy was the final factor in my decision. I don't believe it, Emily sobbed openly. Tears were pouring down her face in salty streams into her mouth. Emily, everyone, calm down. I did everything I could. I swear, I didn't mean it that way. It just happened. It just happened, the girl laughed hysterically. It just happened? You cheated on me. You hid the affair. And now you're expecting a baby. Is that what you call it? You betrayed me, Alex, and I loved you. Tell me. Does Cynthia Lewis know about this? Is she the one who's been covering for you? Is that what you were doing when you were supposedly working late and going on vacation with your friends? So answer me. Don't get hysterical, Alex ordered. Yes, that's it. What else do you want me to say? So everything is clear. Mom only found out recently. Don't blame her. How do you like to do that? I told her when I found out Nikki was pregnant. Nikki. That's whose red lipstick is on my night table. What, did you sneak her into our bedroom already? Only once, and not in the bedroom. I put it there myself. She dropped it by accident. I thought it was yours. I just brought her over to meet my mom. You're crazy. Bringing your mistress here to our house, taking advantage of my absence. Emily, don't overreact, Alex snapped at her. This isn't our house. It's Mom's apartment. I get it, Emily laughed, getting up from the floor. Mom's apartment. So that's why you've been dragging your feet about moving in. You had it all planned out and were just waiting for the right time. And that witch. She knew everything from the start. Don't try to change my mind. I imagine her eyes lit up when she heard that Nikki was pregnant. Your mother's obsessed with grandchildren. She hated me when she found out I couldn't have kids. I know all that, and I only kept my mouth shut out of respect for you. You shouldn't have. It should have been over a long time ago. What do you want from me? I'm a young, healthy man. I want to be a father. Can't you give me that? It's not too late to break up as friends. You have your whole life ahead of you. You're beautiful, interesting, smart. Have your own life, but without me, I swear there are plenty of men out there who don't want kids for nothing. You're an idiot, Emily said. A star. Friends, you say? After such a betrayal, I don't want to know you. And you're telling me about friendship? It's over. I'll pack my things and leave tomorrow. Don't even try to come after me and apologize. Emily ran out of the kitchen and locked herself in her bedroom. She sobbed into her pillow at night. It's over, she thought. How could he do this to me? Is it my fault I can't have children? He swore that none of this mattered to him. And you were all over him, Mommy. I bet she's probably glowing with joy, realizing she got rid of me. I can live with Nikki and them. I can live on my own. The next day, Emily excused herself from work after lunch, telling Sarah Thompson that she needed to take care of some household chores. There was no time to delay. No reconciliation with Alex was out of the question, especially after his confession that his mistress was pregnant. Emily would surely forgive the treason itself. All the more her husband had confessed to it. But it was a real betrayal. Since childhood, her grandfather taught her that you can forgive anyone, except the traitor and hypocrites. Having cheated once, each of them could easily commit a second offense. Emily even felt lighter when she thought it over in the morning. Living under the same roof with a traitorous husband and a tyrant mother-in-law was unbearable. And here she was getting rid of two problems at once. When Emily tried to open the apartment with her own key, she found it didn't fit. The locks had even been changed, she thought gloatingly. It's okay if they don't open it. I'll call the police. After all, I have every right to take my things. She pressed the bell with all her might. The door was not open for a long time. At last there were sounds, clicks. Cynthia Lewis appeared on the threshold and grinned.
We thought you'd gone all the way out. Let me go. I've got things to pack. Emily gritted her teeth.
The mother-in-law obediently moved away, letting the girl inside. To Emily's surprise, she spotted a pair of high-heeled boots in the hallway. We have company, her mother-in-law grinned. Not us, girl Cynthia pursed her lips. You don't live here anymore, remember. It's not much use. Emily walked into the room. A girl a little younger than her was sitting on the couch. Alex stood with his back turned to the window. Hello, Emily said, raising her tone defiantly. You must be Nikki? Amy, Alex interrupted. Don't do that. Get your stuff and go. I'm smiling, Emily said. I won't interrupt you, mind your own business. Emily walked out and headed for the bedroom. She took a large bag out of the closet and began to put things in it. Cynthia Lewis, accompanied by Nikki, suddenly appeared on the doorstep. Both were watching the girl's actions intently. Can I help you? Emily asked wryly. Or are you just standing there, amusing yourself with the spectacle? You, Nikki, stay here and make sure this girl doesn't take anything extra, her mother-in-law smirked. I'll go and get her things from the bathroom. Okay, Aunt Cynthia, Alex's mistress said. I just don't know what she's allowed to take and what she's not. Cynthia chuckled to herself. It seemed that these two had known each other for a long time and were already working together. Fuck them. Emily said dryly out loud. I'll only take what's mine. I don't want anything that doesn't belong to me. If you're worried about the jewelry Alex gave me, it's in the jewelry box on the table. Eat all 2 nicknames. And this one too. Emily pulled the wedding ring off her finger and tossed it toward the woman. It clinked and rolled to the side. She threw clothes and makeup into her bag and reached for a beautiful chest. Hey, Nikki rudely called out to her. What's that? None of your business. It's my parents' stuff, Emily snapped at her. Don't you ever try to get your hands on it. You'll be ripped out without even blinking. Nikki, horrified by the threat, stumbled back to Cynthia Lewis, who was carrying a bag full of something. She's threatening me, Aunt Cynthia, cried the girl. How dare you? The mother-in-law lashed out at Emily. Emily shoved her aside, snatched the package from her hands, and headed for the exit. On her way out, she glanced into the living room, where Alex was still staring out the window. Goodbye, Emily told him dryly and left the apartment for good. Her husband didn't even look back at her. Emily stood in the driveway, waiting for a cab. She looked at her bags with disdain, realizing that the last 4.5 years of her life had fit so easily into them. She hadn't said anything to her grandfather yet. She didn't want to worry him prematurely. The car pulled up and the driver helped load the bags into the trunk. Emily was already at Grandpa's house in 15 minutes, ringing the doorbell. She stood there in utter confusion. She didn't want to burden Henry with her problems. The old man might have a heart attack. The nurse opened the door. "Oh, hello," Emily mumbled. "Where's Grandpa?" "Hello, Emily," the woman nodded. "Henry Johnson was sick this morning, but he's fine now. He called me, and I called an ambulance right away." Emily turned pale, and the woman hurried to reassure her. "Don't worry, it was just a sudden drop in blood pressure. It's all fixed now. He's resting at his place." "Thank God," Emily exhaled and went into the apartment. The nurse looked at her bags in surprise, but didn't ask any questions. Emily dropped her burden and immediately rushed into her grandfather's bedroom. Henry Johnson was half lying there, reading a book. He grumbled indignantly when he heard the door open. "Marina, I told you not to disturb me." "Grandfather, it's me," Emily sobbed. Oh, Henry was surprised. "Emily, how are you here?" "I told Marina not to call you, not to distract you from your work." She didn't call. Emily reassured him. "You can't be stressed out right now. I'm here myself, but it's still 4:30. Did you get off work early? I missed my grandfather and Peter. How was your trip?" "It was fine," Grandpa. Emily smiled. "But you can't fool me. I can see your eyes are crying. Come on, tell me. I could never fool you." "Where?" "I'm coming to see you for good," the girl confessed.
What do you mean? Henry was surprised and raised himself on the pillows.
"Stay down and don't get up." Emily stopped him. "We broke up with Alex. If you don't mind, I'll stay with you for a while." "Wait, no, of course I don't mind. How could you even think that? It's your house too. But what do you mean we broke up? Are you fighting about that witch again?" "No," Grandfather. Emily took a deep breath and told Henry everything. The old man listened silently, stroking her hair. "I want to get back at him so badly. I'm so angry," Emily summarized. "Revenge is a useless thing," said her grandfather. "His deed will definitely boomerang back on him. You'll see. The best thing you can do is to forget all this. My girl, you're strong. You'll get through this. And I won't leave you. And let these people live their lives as they please. You're too good for this family. It's a despicable thing to do to a man like you. That doesn't speak well for them. Thank God it's all coming out now. Alex may be a scoundrel, but it was good of him to come clean. Now you have to file for divorce." Emily raised one eyebrow. "Why wait? I get your point. You're not going back, even if he crawls back on his knees. And there's no point in him getting ready to be a father now, and his mom won't let him. Forget it, girl. You're young, beautiful, and wonderful. You'll meet your love again." "Grandpa, what if I don't? I can't have children." Alex said it wasn't important to him at first. But look, he changed his mind as soon as there were more interesting prospects on the horizon. Emily took a serious look at Henry Johnson. "Listen to me. Believe me, children are the greatest happiness. But if God didn't give them to you, then you're destined for a more important mission. And if that's the case, there will be someone to share your joys and sorrows. The most important thing is not to despair. Did you bring your things?" The girl nodded. "Yes, I left it in the hallway. It's funny that there are only 2 bags. Can you imagine? Those guys were still standing there to make sure I didn't steal anything. Imagine I would have left everything but my mom's jewelry box. But I don't have time to go shopping right now. It's New Year's Eve. By the way, yes?" Grandpa shook his finger. "Let's go shopping for a Christmas tree one of these days. We'll put a big one up to the ceiling in the living room. Like we used to, remember?" "Of course I remember, Grandpa. How could anyone forget our Christmas trees?" Emily smiled. "Did you still have the old toys? You couldn't throw them away, could you?" "Are you crazy? Throw them away, you say? It's all plastic and stamped toys on Christmas trees nowadays. We have real antiques. Even the hair my parents used to put on the tree when I was a kid. No, honey. Everything's safe and sound. When's your day off? I have to work tomorrow and the day after that, and then we're all off for the holidays. And after January 5th, I'm going on vacation. So we'll spend a lot of time together. Alex and I were going away. But you see how things turned out. One thing's for sure, I'm not going anywhere. So at least I'll spend the holidays with you. I'll recover, have a good rest, without the constant nervousness. And after the vacation, I think I'll file divorce papers so I don't have to wait. Well, go unpack. Your room's always waiting for you. I haven't even touched anything in there. I just call the cleaning service every once in a while to clean it up. You get a good night's rest and everything will be fine. I love you so much, Grandpa. Emily gave the old man a big hug.
I love you too, granddaughter.
On her last day at work, Emily quickly finished all her work. She was already looking forward to the weekend and vacation. Sarah Thompson was very pleased with the results of her work. So without a shadow of a doubt, she let her ward go on a long vacation. Emily, the gallery owner, came into the office. Have you finished all the catalogs? Of course, Sarah. Emily responded, looking out from behind her computer. All that's left to do is check the catalogs for the vaults, and everything's perfect. I'll leave you to it. I'm going to run some errands. You then give the girls everything and you can rest easy. To congratulate Grandpa on the upcoming holidays, of course. Sarah smiled. Emily spent another hour with the paperwork. Having finished her work, she got ready to drink coffee. Suddenly there was a knock at the office. Come in, Emily shouted. Emily shyly looked at one of the gallery workers. There is someone to see you. A man. He said he was Justin. Justin? The girl thought. Oh yes, Justin, that's right. Tell him I'll be right there. Wow, that's unexpected. Why didn't he even call? Emily thought. Okay, I'll find out. I'm so glad I got this done. At least we can have a normal conversation. I'll just have coffee with him and invite him to my favorite coffee shop. Emily threw on her fur coat and dashed out of the office. As she walked down the stairs, she caught herself thinking that she was very pleased with Justin's visit. She liked the guy for his directness and sincerity. He was standing near the large mirror downstairs, scrutinizing one of the gallery brochures. Justin. Emily waved her hand at him. Justin looked away and smiled broadly. What about you? No call. I must have gotten the number wrong, he shrugged. I called, and there was some angry man. Good thing you told me where you work. And I caught you. Honestly, it was just luck. Even though I work around here. Even if I'd left with nothing, it wouldn't have been such a shame. Yeah, you're just in time, Emily said, smiling. I was just finishing up my business, and I was about to have coffee, and you were going to keep me company. I'd love to. Justin nodded. Then I have one request. Emily squinted at him. Anything you want. Let's not talk about work today. I have a vacation ahead of me, and frankly, I'm so very tired. That's no problem at all. And I have to work until the holidays. Then I have a week's vacation, and then I'm back in action. I just got back from vacation yesterday, and I'm right back at your place. Emily and Justin sat down in a cozy cafe and ordered drinks and desserts. It's frosty today, the guy came up to her arm. It's a stark contrast to Miami. It's a mild European winter there, not like us. It's all right. On the contrary, I like it. I love winter, the girl replied. Emily, I've noticed something different about you. You look different, kind of sad. Are you all right? You don't have to answer that. It's an inappropriate question, considering we're almost strangers. But what if there's something I can help you with? No, I'm fine, Emily smiled, but something in her smile betrayed a lie. Justin noticed it. Well, if you don't want to, don't tell me, he nodded. You know, the girl decided, I'll tell you. It is believed that it is sometimes useful to speak out, especially to a stranger, so that there was no prejudice to the situation. In general, a couple of days ago I packed my things and left my husband. Or rather, he kicked me out. Almost 5 years of marriage. He said he had another woman he loved and she was expecting a child with him. Well, I did not argue, quite calmly reacted and just left. Now I live with my grandfather. And you know, I even feel better in some ways. That's the way it is. Wow. Justin shook his head and looked at Emily. And you say it all so calmly. Women are usually hysterical in these situations. It wasn't all smooth sailing. I was living in an illusion. I just turned a blind eye to a lot of things. And when I left, I saw everything from the outside, and I suffered from my mother-in-law. My grandfather says everything's for the best, but I can hardly believe it. I don't know. I think I should rest now, spend more time with my grandfather. He's in a bad way. Heart failure. His blood pressure dropped a lot recently. He's a very good man. My grandfather's the only one I have. I lost my parents 10 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know, Justin said. That's okay. It was a long time ago. My grandfather basically raised me. He's an antiques dealer, and he instilled in me a taste for art. He lives all alone, with only a nurse to take care of him. Yes, Emily said. But it's good that he has you. There are so many lonely old people nowadays with no one to help them. No, I will never leave my grandfather, said Emily confidently. Tomorrow we'll go Christmas tree shopping with him. It's probably not very convenient to take a cab, but... Let me give you a ride, Justin suggested. It's my day off tomorrow, too, and I don't have much to do. It would be my pleasure. Besides, it's always nice to meet an interesting person. And your grandfather seems to be one of them, doesn't he? Oh yeah, Grandpa's a real piece of work. He always has 1,000 stories to tell. Am I boring you? Not at all, said the man. I'm easy to get along with people. I like to talk. Apparently the interlocutors feel it and willingly reach out to me. That's right. Emily laughed. I don't know you at all, and it feels like I've known you for 100 years. I couldn't even talk so freely with my husband, but I still don't feel comfortable asking you to come with us to get the tree. Where's it going? In the cabin. On the roof, only if you mess up the car. We usually get a huge tree. Don't you worry about that at all? I'm just trying to reassure Emily's boyfriend. I have a pickup truck. I can fit a Christmas tree in the back of it. Okay, Emily sighed. That's a deal. But I have a question. Go ahead. Are you sure this won't hurt your plans? You probably have a family, Justin. I'd rather spend time with them than with a woman I don't know and her grandfather. I don't have any family. I mean, I have my parents and my sister, but they live in other cities. My parents went south about 5 years ago, my sister to New York. I'm all alone out here. No girlfriend? Emily asked disappointedly, trying not to betray her feelings. Justin almost smiled. The cat is worse than any girl. She's very jealous and demanding. But I love her like that. I can't help it. Oh, a cat. Emily laughed, and I was already thinking. And what? Did you have to get married? Upset? You bet I was. Emily blushed. Why would you be? I don't know, he winked at her. You'll forgive me for being frank, but I think you really like me. I'm good at sensing these things. Emily turned red and looked down at him. No, Emily, no, you don't have to be embarrassed about it. I like you very much, too. From the very first time I met you, I was so sorry I didn't ask for your number, even though you wouldn't have given it to me. Married after all? I'm still married, Emily replied quietly. Considering how mean your husband was to you, you can't call it a marriage. Tell me you're not going to file for divorce. I will, Emily exhaled. Grandpa's in a hurry too, but I want to recover first. I'll do it after vacation. I can set you up with a very good lawyer. No, I don't think you'll need one. We have no property in common, no children. Why no children? Justin frowned. No, I'm sorry to be tactless, but in this situation it's a good thing we don't have any. It's just that there's a baby fever now. People have a baby almost immediately after marriage. You seem like a well-off girl. I'm sure your husband doesn't need either. Now that we're being honest with you, I'll tell it like it is. I can't have children. We wanted to have kids, but it didn't work out. Alex accepted it, but as soon as his mistress got pregnant, he ran away from me. My grandfather says that if fate has ordered it so, we should look for happiness in another direction. He's absolutely right. The main thing now is to find yourself. Once this happens, everything is within my reach, and a child can always be adopted. You can love it no less than your own. What if he's hereditary? You don't give up children for a good life. That's true. But I believe that upbringing and love are crucial. And heredity is something that can be changed? I wonder if I should go. I was very happy to talk to you, but my grandfather was waiting for me. I'll come tomorrow. Just tell me where and when. Can I give you a ride, by the way? I wouldn't mind, Emily answered playfully. Let's make it closer to 3 then. But we have to be there by 6. Grandpa's got homework at school. She didn't even notice how the holidays flew by. She'd grown close to Justin during that time. They went out a lot, talked a lot. At Christmas, her grandfather even invited the guy to visit. He liked Justin very much. Emily, her grandfather, asked her cheerfully as she did her makeup to get ready for the visit. Guest, because this guy is really good. He likes you, I can tell. And your eyes light up at the sight of him. Don't make it up, pouted her granddaughter. We're just friends. It's rare to meet such an interesting and kind person. Tell me they're still friends. Maybe it's true, but I'm not fooled. There's a spark between you two. Why don't you go ahead and get a divorce? I have a feeling Justin's going to propose to you soon. Where are you? We've only known each other a couple weeks. Justin took a good look at Emily. What kind of proposal? And he's a confirmed bachelor. A man is convinced that he doesn't need anyone until he meets a woman he's crazy about. And Justin, by all accounts, has met her. I proposed to my grandmother a month after I met her, he said. I didn't see any reason to wait. We liked each other. We had fun together. The love was such that I couldn't look at anyone else after she died. Grandfather, Emily said, indignantly, things were different in your day. Now we have to live together, get used to each other, understand each other. Without making stuff up. Lana, were you and Alex nagging? We were. What's the point? Everything's the same all the time. It's just the scenery changes. If people really love each other, they don't need to test their feelings. You'll feel it in your heart. You can't go wrong. You think so? Emily frowned. This is where it's supposed to shrink. Henry Johnson tapped his chest. I can feel it. Emily didn't have time to finish her sentence. Henry turned pale and started to fall. Grandpa. Emily cried out, frightened. What's wrong? Where are the pills? Henry slowly slid to the floor. Emily barely had time to pick him up. She dialed the ambulance and then called Justin. Justin, get over here as soon as you can. Grandpa's sick. He's all white. Did you call an ambulance? Just wait, don't worry, I'm right here. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Emily frantically rubbed her grandfather's palms together. She found the pills in his breast pocket and put a couple under his tongue, as he usually did. It's all right, granddaughter, she murmured faintly. You're going to be all right. Henry fell silent and closed his eyes. The girl sobbed, clutching his hands. When the ambulance arrived, there was nothing that could be done. The paramedic registered the time of death. At the same moment, Justin walked into the apartment, realizing that something terrible had happened. He saw Emily sobbing, trying to push the doctors away from her grandfather, and took her into another room. Emily, he patted her cheeks. Just calm down. Now sit here. I'll do everything. At the funeral, Emily could hardly stand on her feet. Some people came up to her one by one to express their condolences, but she answered machine-like, not recognizing anyone around her. Only Justin's warm palm, clutching her own, somehow connected Emily to reality. Henry was buried in the same grave where his daughter and son-in-law had lain for 20 years. For a long time, Emily had been out of sorts, but Justin wasn't about to give her into the clutches of apathy so easily. Remembering her stories, the man almost immediately began taking her to the racetrack. The fresh, frosty air soaked with horse manure, the morning, the smells, and the horses quickly brought the girl to her senses. She even began to smile. The vacation was coming to an end, but Sarah Thompson, seeing how worried her assistant was in no hurry. She told Emily to come back when she felt better. Justin never left the girl's side. He was always telling her stories, cooking her meals. He practically moved into the apartment with her. Emily didn't mind. The guy even brought his cat. Usually reserved with strangers, British cat named Margot immediately fell in love with Emily. She slept at her feet, constantly asking for hands, which caused surprise of the owner. Wow, Justin laughed. This madam usually recognizes no one but me. Emily, what's your secret? I don't know, she shrugged, looking at the fluffy, black satin fur. I've never even had a cat, only a parrot, apparently feels my grief. By the way, cats are sensitive. Justin nodded. And I see your companionship is doing you good. You make a couple of sandwiches for yourself when you go to feed her. I noticed. Look, your cheeks are even bigger. So Margot, keep up the good work. We've got to get back on the road to life. The cat, as if understanding, began to purr louder than eagles and hypnotized Emily with her huge green eyes. Gradually, things got better. Emily went to work. The hectic activity was a good distraction from Justin's negative thoughts. She felt completely safe. This man was tapping into her soul, something that had previously been dormant, and soon Emily realized that she loved him for real. He finally came to live with her, as Emily refused to move in with him. Every little thing in the apartment was precious to her, and she couldn't let her grandfather's memory get dusty or worse, trampled on by the tenants or the new owners. It was 6 months later when Emily filed for divorce. She'd forgotten all about Alex, who hadn't even tried to remind her, but had to address the issue as Justin just walked up to her one morning. When the girl was making coffee, got down on one knee and handed her the ring. Emily couldn't believe her eyes. Of course she agreed, because now she couldn't imagine a day of her life without Justin. But the formalities had to be settled. At the same time, the girl entered the rights of inheritance. When the notary announced the will, the hairs on Emily's head stood up. She had no idea that her grandfather owned such a huge fortune. The will left her both apartments, the entire collection of valuables, and an astronomical amount of money from the bank account. It turned out that Henry had been saving money all his life, spending almost nothing on himself. In total shock, Emily walked out of the notary's office. Her fiancé was waiting for her in the car. Well, he smiled at the bride. I don't even know how to say it. Of course, I knew that my grandfather was quite a rich man, but to be so. Look at this. She handed the guy a folder, and I am now, it turns out, an enviable bride. Wow, the boy whistled, examining the papers. And what do you plan to do with such a fortune? I don't know, Emily shook her head. I don't need anything but an apartment, my grandfather's collection. I don't need that much. I could have enough for my grandchildren. I can't even have children. Don't rush things. Remember that you can always adopt a baby? I can't raise someone else's child. Justin. Emily sighed. I've thought about it, but then we could do something charitable. I think Henry Johnson would be very proud of you and would be glad that his capital would go to a good cause. Well, yes, Emily thought. Only I don't know anything about it. Oh, Emily, if you want to, you'll figure it out. It's not hard. That's true, too. 3 days later, the doorbell rang in the apartment. Emily was alone. Justin had left on business. That's strange, the girl thought. I'm not expecting anyone. I wonder who's there. She went to the door and looked through the peephole. Almost immediately, Emily recoiled, realizing who was standing on the other side. What do you want? She said in a chilling voice. Emily, please open the door. We need to talk, Alex answered. We have nothing to talk about, Emily grinned. The papers are filed. Divorce. I'll see you in court in a month. Emily, shouted her husband. This is very important. We won't take up much of your time. Emily thought she didn't want to see her husband and mother-in-law at all. She had no idea what they wanted to talk about, but she decided to open the door. Well, she began invitingly. What's so important? Aren't you going to let us in? Cynthia Lewis asked. No, I don't think so. Say what you want to say and go. Why are you so quick to chase us away? We're not strangers, after all, said Alex. You're wrong, dear, laughed the girl. We are strangers. Why did you come here? Emily, Alex began, eyes downcast, and we wanted to apologize. Yes, to apologize, repeated the mother-in-law. For what? Emily was surprised. We have all our issues resolved. There's nothing to talk about. It's over and done with. Emily, you don't understand. I want you to come back to me. What? The girl opened her mouth in surprise. What do you want me to do? You didn't get anything mixed up, did you? After what happened? What about your Nikki? I realized that I love only you. Emily, Alex reached out to her. Nikki was a mistake. I've rethought everything. I can't live without you. Please, I'm sorry. What about the baby? Emily faltered. That witch got another witch pregnant. Love interfered. She's been playing Alex for a fool. You know, you have to be like that. When the baby was born, I thought it was weird that he looked nothing like Alex. So I insisted on a genetic test. The paternity test was the eye-opener. Turns out Alex couldn't possibly have kids. And I kept blaming you. I'm sorry, Emily. Oh, that's it. Oh, okay, what does this have to do with me? Well, Alex was confused. And I realized how stupid I've been. I don't know how to make it up to you, but I'd do anything. We also heard that Henry Johnson passed away 6 months ago. Sorry it's late, but we're sorry for your loss. The mother-in-law spoke in a sugary sweet voice. It even seemed odd to be so involved. Her grandfather had never liked her mother-in-law, and Alex didn't like him much either. They constantly asked Emily to take money from him, but the girl did not even think about it. And then it hit her. It's a very strange coincidence that you're here right now. Grandfather's death had been known for a long time. He was a well-known man in town. You must have heard about it, but you've only come now. You could have at least called 6 months ago. Sly, with a squint. But I also know something else. The notary who read my grandfather's will to me is a good friend of yours. A family friend, you might say. I didn't realize. I bet he called you right away and told you that I had become the owner of a huge fortune. Isn't that right? Don't play games. I can see right through you. Are you mistaken? Cynthia was indignant. I can see in your eyes that I'm not mistaken. All of you, get out of here and forget about it. I have a new life now. You can live yours however you want. And Alex, don't make up any of this stuff. The inheritance is not our property, even though I received it while I was still married. That's the law. Now goodbye. Emily slammed the door shut with a bang. Her heart was pounding desperately. But the girl felt unusually relieved, and immediately a warm wave began to rise in her stomach. Emily didn't immediately realize she was nauseous, and she barely made it to the bathroom in time. What is it? Nervous from excitement, she thought. Their health has been blown away. They'll know how to hurt others. Grandfather was right. Their betrayal has boomeranged back on them. Who'd have thought it? They had the nerve to show up. I'm shocked at these people. Thank God the divorce won't take long, just a month. And freedom. Emily began to vomit again. This time the girl was terrified. This had never happened to her before. In addition, her breasts were hurting badly. The thoughts in her head raced through at breakneck speed. Alex can't have children. Even Cynthia Lewis was guilty of treating me like that, thinking I was infertile. Of a woman's days, I haven't had one in a long time. I thought it was all the nerves. And now I'm nauseous. What if? Emily dressed quickly, threw on her jacket, and ran outside. She rushed to the nearest drugstore and bought what she needed, then took a pregnancy test at home. The minutes of waiting dragged on endlessly. Finally, the test showed the result. First one bright pink line, followed by another, a little paler. Emily took the test with trembling hands and stared at it for a long time. Really, she said aloud. It's a mistake. But in her heart, she knew there was no mistake. All these years she had lived in the certainty that she could not have children. And the reason, it turns out, was not her. It was the doctors. They all said there was nothing to be done. And analyzers in front of her face waved that the probability of conception is 0. It was a lie, a terrible misunderstanding, a ridiculous mistake. No one had even bothered to check that something was wrong with Alex. Emily frantically grabbed the phone. Her hands were shaking and wouldn't listen. She calmed down and wanted to dial Justin, but changed her mind. She turned on the camera, took a picture of the test, and just sent it to her favorite person. She didn't wait for a response. She already knew everything would be fine.